Wilson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Hampton,
Blessed to be here.
Mayor Tornick.
Here.
There's a quorum of the council present.
Thank you. Councilmember Gordo, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
Please stand. Just put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We have some ceremonial matters, but first, I was planning on adjourning the meeting as has become our custom in the memory of the victims of the pandemic, COVID-19, and other victims of that disease. And we have a special remembrance that Councilman McAustin would like to reference now. Council member.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, the death of Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg over the weekend is a particularly stinging loss for women as we celebrate the 100th anniversary of women's suffrage this year. While full equality is not yet ours, the work of Justice Ginsburg advanced the equality of the sexes in ways that are now known to women and girls everywhere. As the director of the Women's Rights Project of the American Civil Liberties Union, Justice Ginsburg argued 6 landmark cases on gender equality before the U.S. Supreme Court, winning 5. As a Supreme Court justice, she became an exemplar and an icon, inspiring millions of women and girls to assert themselves and settle for nothing less than full equality. Passing the Equal Rights Amendment would be the ultimate honor for Justice Ginsburg. Many beautiful and heartfelt words have already been written in honor of Justice Ginsburg, and rather than compete with them, I will close using the justice's own words. People ask me sometimes, when will there be enough women on the court? And my answer is, when there are 9. People are shocked, but there have been 9 men and nobody's ever raised a question about that. So Mayor, I would ask that we adjourn with special recognition to the memory of Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Thank you, Councilmember McAustin. It's a loss felt by all of us, I'm sure. With that, I have one happier ceremonial note. This is a proclamation for First Tee. Whereas First Tee Greater Pasadena enhances the lives of young people through the game of golf by providing learning facilities and educational programs that promote character development and high personal values. And whereas First Tee, which is recognized as one of the premier youth character education programs in the country, promotes the 9 core values of life enhancement, honesty, integrity, sportsmanship, respect, confidence, responsibility, perseverance, courtesy, and judgment. And whereas First Tee Greater Pasadena strengthens the community and its image by increasing cultural unity through promoting health and wellness and strengthening safety and security by reducing juvenile crime. And whereas October 2020 marks the 14-year anniversary where over 185,000 youth and families have benefited from the wide range of services, facilities, and programs provided by First Tee Greater Pasadena since its inception. Now, therefore, I, Terry Tornick, Mayor of the City of Pasadena, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim October 2020 in Pasadena as First Tee Greater Pasadena Month. So that's a noteworthy program that's 14 years. Terrific. Councilmember Madison, I know that you're devoted to that.
Yeah, I really do love the First Tee, and you know, especially during these times to have outdoor activity. And I've been keeping up with the the clinics and the like, and they've been fabulous. And so, especially this year, I think we really owe the First Tee a big thank you, and attaboy and attagirl. I think Kathy Cho, one of the instructors, was honored by either the LPGA or the PGA for her work with the kids. But it's the entire organization is really a great credit to Pasadena. So thank you, Mayor, for this step, which I know we take annually, but it's super important and super appreciated. So thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor?
I'd also just like to echo Councilman Madison's comments about First Tee and all the great work that they do in the community. When I first came on to the city council, I approached First Tee about John Muir High School and the ability for them to start our golf team there. And First Tee, with their own money, not waiting on PUSD to do anything, they said, absolutely, Tyrone, we will start a golf program at John Muir High School. And so I just have to give big thanks to First Tee. First Tee does more than just, engage our youth, but also just, starting a youth golf team, girls and as well as men's golf team at one of our local public high schools is amazing. So I know we do this every year, and I say this every year, but I'm just very grateful.
Yeah, some things are worth repeating, I think.
Absolutely.
Okay, so let's move to the consent calendar. I know that there are public comments on item 10. Are there items that council members would like to pull off the consent calendar?
9, please.
9, Mr. Wilson.
I would like 7 and 9. Yeah, 7 and 9.
7, Vice Mayor.
Also,
Okay.
I'm sorry, there was one more. What was that? Number 6. Sorry.
Okay. Is there a sweep motion for items other than 6, 7, 9, and 10? Councilmember Madison?
I'm sorry, Mayor, was 8 pulled? I had asked that we get just a check-in from the city attorneys on 8, which was a unanimous recommendation from the Ed Tech Committee. So if we could just pull that for that purpose, that would be great.
Okay.
I'd move the balance, Mayor.
All right, so we're moving items other than 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Is there a second?
Second.
Voice, can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Gordo,
Yes.
Councilmember Kennedy,
Yes.
Councilmember Madison,
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda,
Yes.
Councilmember McAustin,
Yes,
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hampton,
Yes.
Mayor Tornick.
Yes.
This motion is approved without opposition.
All right, so moving to item 6, Vice Mayor Hampton.
I apologize. I pulled that one on accident. I would like to move approval for that one. Sorry.
Okay, can we have a roll call on 6, please?
Do we have a motion, Mayor? Sorry.
Vice Mayor made the motion. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Gordo.
Councilmember Gordo,
Yes.
Councilmember Kennedy,
Yes.
Councilmember Madison,
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda,
Yes.
Councilmember McAustin,
yes,
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hampton,
Yes.
Mayor Tornick.
Yes.
Item 6 is approved without opposition.
All right, item 7, Vice Mayor.
I am having the hardest time today. I've got the wrong agenda in front of me. So, but I don't even know what this thing is like. Wow.
I move the item, Mayor. It's a-
Go ahead, move it. Yeah, move it.
Second by the Vice Mayor. Roll call.
Councilmember Gordo,
Yes.
Councilmember Kennedy,
Yes.
Councilmember Madison,
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda,
Yes.
Councilmember McAustin,
yes,
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hampton, Mr. Hampton, are you there? Mayor Tornick,
Yes.
the motion is approved without opposition.
All right. Item 8, Mr. Madison had a question.
Yes, Mayor, we discussed this at the EdTech meeting, and it's a salutary initiative that I support. I think, like I said, it had unanimous support. And, you know, the dollar amount is not material really, but it did come up at the hearing at the committee that apparently one of the beneficiaries of this is a city employee. So I just asked the city attorney to scrub the matter, for want of a better term, just to make sure that we were legally compliant and not subject to any challenge because of that coincidence.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council, Mr. Madison. Our office did look into it, and with the housing department's assistance, determined that the employee had paid off their loan prior to this, so they aren't really impacted by this at all, and the rest seems very appropriate.
Thank you, Michelle. I'd move the item then, Mayor.
Is there a second? Second by Mr. Gordo. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Gordo,
Yes.
Councilmember Kennedy,
Yes.
Councilmember Madison,
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda,
Yes.
Councilmember McAustin,
Yes,
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hampton,
Yes.
and Mayor Tornick.
Yes.
The motion is approved without
Mayor.
opposition.
Yeah, Vice Mayor.
Mayor and colleagues, I apologize. I did not have the right agenda in front of me, and I put all my notes and things I'm going to pull. Item number 4 was the item that I actually wanted to pull.
We passed that item, but if you have a question, we'll go ahead and ask it.
I did have a question, and I know that it was pulled, but this is an opportunity for local businesses to bid on these type of projects. This actually, it's Bob Wondery's Ford, which is a Ford dealership, and I think it's just for fleet maintenance for our police vehicles, meaning oil changes in basic services like that. It says there's technical services, but I did call Bob Wondery's Ford and I asked them, what is technical? And they said whatever they need a technician for, they would actually hire that technician. For example, if it's something that is electronic that's in a police cruiser, it would actually hire that technician from the company. So the reason I mention this is because, I mean, you could drive up and down Walnuts all day long and see auto repair shop after auto repair shop, and the fact that our vehicles have to go all the way out of our city to get repaired, when I feel that there should be an opportunity for these shops on Walnut to be able to bid on this. And so that's the reason why I had this pulled. I had number 4 and number 10 pulled, but 10 luckily was one that we were gonna, that's being pulled now.
So, Mr. Marmel, is Mr. Malloyan available?
Yes, Mayor. R. Malloyan, Director of Public Works, is here, and he can respond to the nature of this contract. Mr. Malloyan.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Appreciate for opportunity to respond to this question. I believe if I understood this correctly, these are not normal maintenance items. We have 6 or 7 technicians and mechanics at different levels that provide these services. I believe some of these fall under the warranty. We have a new fleet of Ford cruisers for PD that we utilize. And during the warranty period, there are certain items that needs to be fixed by a Ford dealership. Second, there are some highly technical components to these vehicles that it's beyond the capacity of our mechanics. Then they will utilize the dealership to provide these type of services. So it's not routine maintenance. It's not oil change. It's not changing the windshield wipers and etc. That's all done in-house. These are specifics. Could be transmission, could be electrical problems that our staff are not being able to diagnose and correct.
So that actually answers my question. If it's transmission, electronic, I mean, you could drive down Walnut, once again, right now and see hundreds of facilities that do this, or auto mechanic or electricians that do this type of service. You don't necessarily have to go to a dealership to be within warranty. From my understanding, it just has to be a original manufacturer part to be within warranty. Well, that's General Motors and Ford's, and it sounds like our police cruisers are Ford's. So you could buy a General Motor or Ford's part from anyone. You don't have to go to the dealership to do it. Most people don't go to the dealership to get an oil change because the dealership $180 when you go get an oil change with the same parts from someone on Walnut for, you know, half the price. All I'm saying is there's not even an opportunity for Pasadena-based businesses to be bidding.
I appreciate your comments, Vice Mayor Hampton. I'm not disputing that if it's a regular maintenance that we cannot give opportunities for local businesses. We have done that in the past. Again, I'm reiterating that these are warranty issues that has to be handled through a certified Ford dealership. And that's what the RFP was. During the warranty period, if you don't use a certified Ford dealership, you will lose the warranty. And that's.
But there are certified Ford there are certified on Walnut right now. There are certified Ford mechanics. So I'm sure it's certified Ford mechanic, not dealership. And I would like to see that in writing where it says you could only get these repairs done by a certified Ford dealer.
Vice Mayor, I believe the RFP gave the opportunity for anyone with those certifications to compete in this process. So if they were certified, they had ample opportunity to participate and submit the RFP. I believe we had even called a lot of dealerships and mechanics that they were certified within the city. I don't know what else to add to this, to your question, sir.
Would it make would it make a difference if this stayed for a year and came back to us?
We can do that.
As you did more research?
Yeah, we had originally, the original bid is for 3 years for 2 additional. I think if you wish to allow us to move forward with a 3-year and come back at that time, or we have to scrap the whole process and start from the beginning, because the original RFP was for minimum 3 years. So it will create an uneven competition if we go with a 1 year.
Now, council members, let me clarify. This was a competitively bid contract. It was not a request for proposals. We advertised it as a 3-year base with 2 1-year options. Your choices would be to reject all the bids, or to award it as recommended, or modify the staff recommendation conceivably to only award it for a 3-year base. The contract was advertised, and anybody who felt that they met the requirements had the opportunity to bid on it. We do believe it's important to have these services in place to maintain our rolling stock.
It might be helpful to have a follow-up conversation where some of the answers, not just in this situation, but in other situations, we have more than a police fleet. So it might be helpful, Steve, to provide that information to the council on warranties, all the questions that Vice Mayor Hampton is asking.
Sure.
Perhaps if it suits the council, we could hold the item for 2 weeks and staff can augment the staff report and return with that?
That would be helpful for me.
Is there any objection?
And you've already voted, so you would technically go through the request to reconsider and then the vote on that and then vote on continuing it for the 2-week period. Because you've already taken action.
Yeah, let's combine those votes. Can we combine those votes, Michelle? Reconsider and then hold for 2 weeks?
You should take those as separate actions. You'd have a motion to reconsider.
Okay. All right.
Well, I'll make a motion to reconsider.
Okay.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
All right. Roll call on that.
Councilmember Gordo,
Yes.
Councilmember Kennedy,
Yes.
Councilmember Madison,
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda,
Yes.
Councilmember McAustin,
Yes,
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hampton,
Yes.
Mayor Tornick.
Yes. Now a motion to table this for 2 weeks and come back with additional information that the Vice Mayor has requested.
I'll second Vice Mayor's motion.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Roll call.
Okay. Councilmember Gordo, Councilmember Kennedy,
Yes.
Councilmember Madison,
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda,
Yes.
Councilmember McAustin,
yes,
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hampton,
Yes.
Mayor Tornick.
Yes.
So the item will come back in 2 weeks.
Thank you.
If I may,
Mr. Gordo?
it would be helpful to, Steve, because this item's come up a few times, or this issue, I should say, has come up a few times, and just to have a broad report on how we procure this type of services for the entire fleet, for machinery, for equipment, and not just motor vehicles, but equipment as well, and the interplay between, the contractual agreements that we have when we purchase and the warranty issue, because I suspect that when we purchase the vehicles, there may also be some language in the contracts to service them at any given facility, either for these vehicles or I know for fire trucks that's likely, or for other equipment. And so let's just have a complete look at it while we're at it.
Okay, I think that's a good idea. Let's move to item 9, Councilmember Wilson.
Yes, Mayor. I'd love to, I know the Public Safety Committee looked at this, but I know it's an area of community concern. This is the prototypes for the bridge. So if there's a brief staff presentation, I think it would be worth sharing.
Mr. Malloy?
Yes, I'm waiting for the PowerPoint to be loaded.
Okay.
Before staff makes the presentation, Councilmember Wilson, this matter was thoroughly vetted by the Public Safety Committee. Each member of the committee, all members in attendance, had significant and numerous questions. Obviously, we gave particular deference to our colleague, Councilmember Madison, given the fact that it is his district. And we were satisfied by, there wasn't complete satisfaction, but we were satisfied that staff was moving in the right direction. Any member of the body is welcome to share their thoughts now or later.
Thank you, Councilmember Kennedy, for that. And I don't necessarily have an issue. I just felt like I get questions. The community is very concerned about the safety issues and frankly, the aesthetics I was surprised to see that the estimated budget for replacement was $5 million. I would ask at the right time. I thought it was more like 3, but I assume that will be covered in the presentation. So maybe we can jump into that.
Thank you, Councilmember Wilson. I'm going to do this quickly. Our regular presentation was over 20 minutes. I'll try to do this within 5 minutes and get to the more important questions that you may have at that point. Again, some very quick background information. On November 19th, 2019, we went to the Historic Preservation Commission. They unanimously requested that we create mock-ups for the different types of fences that we had proposed to them. On November 26, 2019, we went to the Design Commission, their advisory review, and they basically gave us the same recommendation that to better understand the design and how it fits with the existing balusters and the interplay with the lights, that they would like to see the mock-ups. On February 3rd, 2020, we took the same item to public safety as informational item. We seek direction to fabricate and install full scale mock-ups on the bridge and return to the committee with more information. Again, this is a quick review of all the dates that we have had meetings. The community consensus was to keep all the alcoves open, to position the barrier on top of the existing balustrades, and position the barrier on the bridge side of the light poles in front of the light posts to increase effectiveness, and keep the existing light fixtures but modify the height to maintain visibility on the bridge. There were 3 design options that were chosen, with total of 5 full-size mock-up panels that we're proposing, 2 different types of mesh, and 1 type of pickets. Here is the location of the mock-ups on Colorado Bridge. Mock-up location 1 would be on the north side of the bridge. Mock-up location 2 would be on the south side, and I will show you an elevation of those mock-ups when we get to the proper slides. This is what it will look like on the midspan facing the north. There are 2 types of mesh that the community had consensus on. And the pickets, there were a lot of people that were interested to see the pickets, although it was majority of people wanted to see the mesh also. These are the mock-ups where the light balusters are. As you recall, our technical problems was where the light poles and the balustrades are affecting the height of the lights. These are some renderings, how this will look like if it was done fully from the view from the bridge. This is view from outside of the bridge. Again, this is with a curved option, which will reduce the total height by 1 feet. Again, this is a view of that, and some pickets. Obviously, everyone agrees that the pickets will create some kind of a visual while driving. It would not be transparent as the mesh would be. Again, some view of the bridge. These are some actual pictures of the samples of the mesh that was chosen by the committee. I will not go through that. So I'm sure this is going to be some of your questions. Based on the product that was chosen by the community and the committee, and if we choose to go with a curved lamppost treatments, the proposed or estimated cost is 4.4 million. If we do the curved lamppost treatments at the alcoves with stainless steel mesh for the length of the bridge is 4.6 million. And option C was the cheapest, which is straight pickets at alcoves at the cost of 2.5 million. At the Public Safety Committee, there was a question from the chair to give a cost, what it would be to cost to completely encompass the whole bridge as in a cage, what will be the cost to accomplish that? And our estimate is about $5 million. Again, going back to the next steps, if council is agreeable to us moving forward, we will hope to have full mock-ups installation, hopefully by November or mid-November or end of November. We will have a viewing period. Councilmember Madison was concerned that we will not have enough time, so we will extend the viewing time as much as possible to a month or a month and a half. We will ask the Historic Preservation Commission and the Design Commission to attend to some pre-design meetings at the site to review this. We ask the community to drive and walk and to view these mock-ups. And if everything goes well after our survey, we hope to come back to Public Safety Committee sometimes in December or January for a final design recommendation. That is the total of this concludes my presentation, and we're here with staff to respond to your questions.
So Ara, the contract is for 3 samples, 3 mock-ups that will be installed in 2 separate locations. Is that correct?
There are 2 locations. One location will have straight panels. There will be 3 types, the pickets and 2 types of mesh. On the option 2 side, or the second location, would be 2 locations with curved fences at the alcoves and next to the light bollards.
Okay. And it seemed like the once again, I've been not close to this since I'm not in public safety, but the commissions, and it sounded like a group at large was favoring the mesh, and that it's about twice as expensive as the pickets. Is that the difference between the $2.5 million number? I think I heard at one point, maybe it was in the capital budgeting discussion last year, and the $5 million we're now hearing for this project.
That's correct. And even when we gave you the original estimates, we had a caveat that without the public's input, we will not be able to hone down and give you an exact estimate. Now that we have had robust community outreach and we have heard the sentiment of the public, we do understand that the mesh is the most preferred. But again, till the mock-ups are installed, we would not have a final decision on that. But you're correct that the mesh is the most expensive and probably has the best percentage of openness as far as viewing goes. So if you're driving on the bridge or you're looking from outside of the bridge, the mesh has about 50% openings versus the pickets, which has a stacking effect. If you're driving, it will look like a solid wall. Because the bridge is curved, there's that phenomenon that will occur with looking at the vertical pickets, that it will look solid. So that was the concern of the stakeholders and the commissioners.
Right, and even though the mesh seems to be the clear first choice because of the price differential, it's still in the running. It's one of the 3 options.
That is correct, and hopefully this the mock-up installation and receiving community input will solidify that perspective as what is the best and what's the most wanted solution to this. So to be exact, the mesh has 68% transparency.
Right, 68% for the mesh, and I'm sorry, how much for the pickets?
I think it's
less I know you get an optical illusion,
correct.
So I get that.
Yeah, I think it's about 50% because it's basically 4 inches on center. But it's the stacking effect and the transparency, the stacking effect while you're driving or if you're walking.
Understood. I got it. Okay, thank you for the presentation. Obviously, important high visibility project, both in terms of a historic resource and public safety, I'm at the right time prepared to move the staff recommendation.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion or questions for Mr. Maloyan? All right, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Gordo,
Yes.
Councilmember Kennedy,
Yes.
Councilmember Madison,
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda,
Yes.
Councilmember McAustin,
yes,
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hampton,
Yes.
Mayor Tornick.
Yes.
The motion is approved without opposition.
All right, we move to item 10, which is the purchase order for automated license plate readers. Mr. Clerk, we have substantial public comment on this.
We do, Mayor. And we've gotten
All right,
more
well,
since the meeting started.
If there's no objection, if we can hear the public comment so that the council can be informed about what the concerns are.
Sure. First, in terms of correspondence, the city clerk's office received 4 letters in opposition to the proposed action stating that the ALPR system is an unnecessary and rights invasive technology, is a threat to immigrants and the city's status as a sanctuary city, given that Vigilant Solutions provides its data to other law enforcement agencies, including ICE, that the technology is disproportionately used on communities of color, and 1 letter received indicated that it is an abusive tracking, discriminatory targeting, and pervasive monitoring system. The following correspondence is substantially the same, and I'll read the first 2, and then I'll call out the names for the rest. Adriana Bautista, Pasadena resident. Do not pass this agenda item. ALPRs are street-level surveillance and heavily track and even predict future activity of millions of vehicles and their drivers. If you are not well-versed on this tech, educate yourselves. This technology is particularly disturbing as a recent traffic stop for a missing front plate resulted in the killing of a vehicle's unarmed passenger, Anthony McLean, on August 15, 2020. This program is disproportionately deployed in communities of color. If City Council continues to approve this technology, they show they are again against the free movement of all people. More specifically, against the communities of color in Pasadena, already disproportionately surveilled by PPD. According to an ACLU report, less than 0.2% of plate scans are linked to criminal activity or vehicle registration issues. This means the majority of scans are surveilling people with no reason to be scanned, tracked, and placed into algorithms. In solidarity with Black Lives Matter Pasadena, I demand this Orwellian technology be entirely removed from Pasadena. Instead of further targeting / criminalizing communities of color, ask yourselves how you can support and provide resources needed to prevent vehicle violations. Make a motion to put the ALPR program on a future agenda to cancel the program. Justice for Anthony McLean. Here's another example of this comment from Jasmine Richards. Do not pass this agenda item. Make a motion to put the automated license plate reader ALPR program on a future agenda to cancel the program. ALPRs are categorized as street-level surveillance and heavily track and even predict future activity of millions of vehicles and their drivers. Vigilant Solutions sells data to other law enforcement agencies and even insurance companies. This technology is particularly disturbing as a recent traffic stop for a missing front plate resulted in the killing of the vehicle's passenger, Anthony McLean, on 8/15/20. This program is disproportionately deployed in communities of color. If City Council continues to approve this technology, they show they are against the free movement of people, of all people. According to an ACLU report, less than 0.2% of plate scans are linked to criminal activity or vehicle registration issues. In solidarity with Black Lives Matter Pasadena, I demand this Orwellian technology be removed from Pasadena. Instead of further targeting communities of color, ask yourselves how you can support them and provide the resources needed to prevent vehicle violations. Justice for Anthony McLean. And these comments are shared by CP from San Marino, Jennifer Park from San Marino, Cynthia Park from San Marino, Taylor Paez from Pasadena, T. Jones from Pasadena, a concerned Pasadena citizen. And then I will read the comments that are unique. From Chris Willis, Pasadena, fire Steve Mermel. Mr. Mermel wants to, and he actually called Mr. Mermel a different name, wants to approve unconstitutional surveillance equipment throughout the city in full force. He enables the Pasadena Police Department to militarize itself and even sent out 4 cities out on protesters with the city's tank last month. Do you really want to continue violating the rights of your own residents? I'm tired of my tax money going to weaponize these inept officers. They kill with no repercussions. We need more scanners and videos on the PPD, not on our communities. Enough. Steve Mermel has no issue spending hundreds of thousands more on weapons, helicopter, more scanners and updated equipment in the middle of a pandemic and giant economic recession. Justice for Anthony McLean, fire John Perez. Justice for Anthony McLean, and fire Steve Mermel. From Frank Pocino, Monrovia. Hello, I find it very disturbing that the city wants to continue violating the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution. I drive through and to Pasadena quite often for work and seeing friends. I hope to live there one day, being 2 cities over. This license plate reader is a blatant violation of the Fourth Amendment, meaning that every city council member and police officer is okay with violating the Constitution. You swore an oath to uphold and protect the Constitution. Here you are violating it. When will someone in government continue to not violate and dishonor this document? Does every council member, including city officials and police, not revere this document? Violating the Constitution is grounds for treason. If this council passes technology allowing law enforcement to infringe on people's property and rights, will open the door to a plethora of lawsuits and will drive away tourism, something Pasadena needs for its economy. Please do not pass blatant constitutional violations such as abusing the Fourth Amendment or blatantly disregarding it. If you pass this law, you will be violating the Fourth Amendment and once again a violation to the Constitution and the right it bears all American citizens, which is against, again, treason. From Kenichi Yoshida, Pasadena. My name is Kenichi Yoshida. I'm a Japanese immigrant, husband, father, faith leader of our community. I reject the contract for expensive new privacy violating license plate readers for the Pasadena Police Department. I urge the council to amend the current policy which allows the city to keep all collected data for a minimum 2 years. Thank you. From Sonia Burnt, Pasadena. I am alarmed that the Pasadena Police Department is gathering and storing license plate information on unsuspecting residents. A recent article noted that a local advocate had his license plate recorded 20 times in 1 year. Automatic license plate readers, ALPRs, pose substantial privacy risks, including abusive tracking, institutional abuse, discriminatory targeting, and pervasive monitoring. The PPD asserts that the information collected by ALPRs is not being used to build profiles on people and is destroyed after 2 years unless needed for an investigation. The overwhelming majority of people whose movements are recorded are innocent. There is no reason for the police to be keeping records of their movements for 2 years. Many other jurisdictions destroy all, quote, non-hit, end quote, data quickly. Further, while the PPD says policies are in place to prevent the system from being used inappropriately, recently a PPD representative told a news reporter that personnel look at reports to see if anything is out of place. This does not instill confidence that the serious privacy risks at issue are adequately protected. Please ensure that a rigorous audit policy is followed and that all, quote, non-hit data is destroyed within 48 hours of data capture. Thank you. From Chris Merchant, Pasadena. As a constituent of North Pasadena, I urge you to vote against this motion. Automated surveillance technologies such as license plate readers provide the police with powerful, unregulated surveillance tools that are not yet fully understood by most citizens. These technologies track the movements of citizens on a continuous and untargeted scale and give the police the ability to use the data in a way that they see fit. Vigilant Solutions is known to sell the data collected from these cameras to other police departments, law enforcement agencies, and even insurance companies. This, in effect, commodifies the movements of everyday citizens and allows that data to be used against them in court or resold to the highest bidder. These technologies impede the ability of citizens to travel freely through the city, and they allow companies such as Vigilant to profit while exploiting our privacy rights. License plate readers are not just an ordinary security technology, they are an apparatus of a surveillance state. The citizens of Pasadena should not have to surrender to this expectation that every movement will be tracked. I strongly urge you to vote against this motion. From Gautam Jain, Pasadena. Please do not approve this item for automatic license plate readers. This is entirely unethical and against basic privacy. From David Chavez, Pasadena. Today I'm calling on the City Council to deny the purchase of a new license plate reader for PPD. Since the start of this pandemic, the City Council has already approved $420,000 to the PPD for updating surveillance cameras for the helicopter system, and now wants to add an $80,000 to their surveillance system. This $500,000 could be used to support other essential services that actually support public safety, like COVID-19 contact tracing, additional rent relief, and education tech for the 16,000 students of PUSD. The PPD, which is currently under massive public scrutiny for murdering Anthony McLean during a traffic stop, yet some of the council want to continue to provide them more resources to an already bloated budget. Furthermore, using this tech, the PPD will be placing residents into a network of databases accessible to police agencies, including ICE, which impacts their privacy and also criminalizes. Constitutional rights of privacy need to be preserved, and approving this money is an attack on civil rights. Reject this junk science and wasteful proposal to instead invest in public safety measures that support housing, healthcare, traffic safety, and education. From Mark Williams in Altadena. I have followed the discussion on social media from the post of Days of Advocacy. Reviewed each picture posted, especially the one identified by the police in a red circle shown as the gun in Anthony McLean's possession. I did not see a gun. I did see a cell phone in his left hand. I would like to request that City Council make a motion to amend the agenda item number 10 to include whether the council will terminate the officer's employment as a result of the violation of AB 392 or not. In memory of Anthony McLean and the fact that this death was the result of a no license plate on the front of the vehicle he was a passenger in on August 15, 2020, the ALPR system has been deemed to provide Pasadena Police Department officers with an unnecessary amount of information about people's movements and driving behaviors, and are known to create an unnecessary danger of false positives. By moving to amend this item as requested, the council's approval will be a confirmation that the officers will be terminated, which will reinforce the commitment of the City Council that they have not turned their backs on the Northwest community. From Fern Hayes, Pasadena. I urge the council to reconsider approving the contract with Vigilant Solutions for replacing automated license plate reader equipment. There is no evidence that this technology substantially increases public safety. There is evidence that the information obtained can produce false positives. The well-publicized incident of a family with children being handcuffed while lying on their stomachs at the roadside was the result of an error in license plate identification. The fact that this was a black family gives credence to my next point. Our community is rightfully tense regarding police relations in the Northwest community. The perception is that this community is disproportionately targeted. When it is reported that license plate data will be stored for 2 years, there is apprehension that discriminatory targeting will be facilitated. As a sanctuary city, the Pasadena Police Department should not be contributing to data collecting by ICE. Although the PPD may not send information directly to ICE, it is known that ICE has access to all Vigilant license plate data. I know the police want their toys to be updated, but why not consider spending the funds on adding mental health professionals to their community outreach staff? From Alan Shea, Pasadena. Make a motion to put the automated license plate reader program on a future agenda to cancel the program. As a resident of Pasadena since 1963, former chair of the Lincoln Steering Committee in 1997, to reopening the front of John Muir High School. For almost 10 years, I have served on the Northwest Commission as chair and currently vice chair. I am embarrassed and ashamed of Pasadena's city officials and the city council. After Pasadena Police Department released the videos of the police shooting of an unarmed black named Anthony McLean on August 20, 2020, the city's leadership had an opportunity to show real leadership, courage, and empathy because the videos contradicted everything represented by the narrative presented to the public by the police, showing a senseless, horrific killing of an unarmed black man. The city's officials, or PPD, has not rebutted what the videos actually show, which was that Anthony McLean only had a cell phone in his left hand. For 31 days, I have posted frame-by-frame pictures and communicated with city officials. If city officials reviewed the videos, apply the law AB 392 under the city council's authority, the officers should be fired. It's that simple. From Olden Denham, Pasadena. Make a motion to put the automated license plate reader program on a future agenda to cancel the program. I am offended by the city officials in your efforts to reverse all the progress made in Pasadena since its dark history with the black community. This is the third time since 2012 police killed an unarmed black man. The police get to keep their jobs, and you as the leaders don't see anything wrong with that. That's a big problem. Since the release of the videos, it's clear that Pasadena's leaders have turned their backs on the Northwest community. It reminds me of Jim Crow laws because we finally have our first test on how body cams actually work to show the conduct or brutality of officers, a law that mandates de-escalation tactics and requires police show it was necessary to use deadly force. Because the shooting involves an unarmed black man killed by Pasadena police, they don't get fired. If that's not telling your black community that you don't care, the only thing I can say is that Pasadena is setting the new version of a modern-day lynching that is now open to the public. From Ryan Bell, Pasadena. I urge the council to vote no on item 10, the purchase of 3 new automated license plate readers, ALPR, from Vigilant Solutions. Investigative reporting by Lily Hay Newman at Wired magazine revealed that ICE has a contract with Vigilant Solutions to obtain license plate data from local communities. Pasadena is a sanctuary city and as such does not cooperate with ICE. This contract is and will be used by Homeland Security and ICE to target and harass migrants living within Pasadena. Please honor our sanctuary city status and vote no on the purchase of these 3 ALPRs. From Alida Johnson, Pasadena. Amend this agenda, make a motion to put the ALPR program on a future agenda and approve this item 10 to fire the officers. I am very upset and disappointed with Pasadena's leadership. As a mother with a young black son that has been stopped 27 times in 1 year just because he is black, and I live south of Colorado Boulevard. I don't want him to end up like Anthony McLean. I've followed the post on social media called, quote, Days of Advocacy, end quote. I truly appreciate the thorough objective review provided each day with the public comments and Alan Shea's extensive responses to help educate readers. It is impressive to see his commitment and pride in serving the city of Pasadena. He shows how important the role of advocating for the Northwest community is, the importance of the Northwest Commission and their duties to advocate on behalf of the residents in the community, which is very honorable. I hope that the city officials render justice to Anthony McLean and his family by enforcing the state laws against the officers, the same as with a non-officer. After watching the videos released by the police, officers should be fired. From Edward J. Washatka from Privacy for All Coalition, Pasadena. Pasadena Privacy for All is a coalition of individuals and organizations dedicated to protecting the civil rights and privacy of Pasadena residents and visitors. Our organizational members include Pasadenans Organizing for Progress, the ACLU of Southern California, and Coalition for Increased Civilian Oversight of Pasadena Police. We oppose the proposed acquisition of additional automated license plate reader devices from Vigilant Solutions. ALPR systems provide Pasadena police department officers with an unnecessary amount of information about people's movements and driving behaviors and are known to create an unnecessary danger of false positives. It assumes the registered owner of the vehicle is the driver when that may be untrue. Police gather and store information on license plates, and the average registered car owner has no idea how this data is being sorted or being used. Police say data is destroyed after 2 years. However, because a license plate is likely to be read on a recurring basis, vehicles stored in license plate data records will most probably be stored perpetually. ALPR systems constitute an unnecessary privacy invasion technology that has not been demonstrated empirically to increase public safety and provides another opportunity for profiling. From Cynthia Smith, Long Beach. Make a motion to put the ALPR program on a future agenda. After hearing about the police shooting of Anthony McLean, I became interested in the outcome since there were no videos released of the actual shooting until Pasadena police released their videos to the public. I noticed that the community had made demands to fire the officers at every city council meeting after the shooting, as well as a request to include it on today's agenda. There's a clear double standard. The community was there's a clear double standard. The community was seeking from its city officials something pretty simple. The city council had exclusive authority under AB 392 to enforce the law. I see a big trust problem for the police in the future because the videos do not show Mr. McLean with a gun. In fact, nothing is consistent between the videos and was represented in introduction before showing actual footage. I was very surprised the officers were not fired. Videos were released. I'm sure city officials are aware of the protesting around the world due to police brutality. Almost every city since the George Floyd's death have fired officers after reviewing their video. Why not here? From Allison Henry, Pasadena. Dear Council, my name is Allison. I live in District 3. I write to strongly admonish you for this agenda item on the consent calendar. You will hear a lot of reasons from our community about why the city should not enter into this agreement. There are better uses of this money for residents, especially noting that it comes from the fire grants fund. This is the second no bid enforcement hardware request on the consent calendar since COVID began. It is sending the wrong message to the community. Please reconsider. Thank you. From Gina Dance, Pasadena. My name is Gina and I'm a resident of Pasadena, District 3. I urge the council not to
for that period, it would be helpful to emphasize, I think, those points which were raised.
Thank you, Mayor. Turn it over to Commander Jason Clausen. He made a similar presentation recently.
The case tracking mechanism, as a tracking mechanism. Also, purchased. I'll agree for the purchase of ALPR systems through a vendor called 3M or PIPS. PIPS was original bought by 3M, but in 2017, 3M replaced the old 3M systems with Vigilant systems. So there's 5 systems that have been replaced. And in the next 3 or 4 years, we hope to replace all of the other systems. Change into a different and local anomalies that may come into play. So with that, open to questions, as we'd like to offer
The, for 20, to the present, there were 1,800,000 actions. Means captured information. And then 605 of
work. But the system keeps track of the actual elevations of the hits. And who could be lost, because I've known that's happened. So
I guess the question, Commander, is I understand possible applications of benefits. It's pretty straightforward. The question is, there was reference made by of the
information of wanted persons or wanted vehicles.
And your question, on the front end, the system does a lot of data, as you saw in the numbers. And it resides in that database. And then if there's need for investigatory purposes to go in
about, this is what I'm interested in terms of, auditing, this is true, but if there were any, getting into that information would come out in the audit, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and how often is that audit done?
It's a monthly audit.
Okay, and are the results reported to public safety?
I have not seen them, no. I have not seen them reported to public safety, but I have a report here myself.
Okay, but they are available to the public safety, is that correct?
I don't know.
I mean, if
council member, they're handled internally. As to whether that information is releasable publicly, I would need to consult with the city attorney's office.
okay, but if, let's just say, I know I'm kind of going out there right now, but let's just say that in the future we had a police commission and the commission was or the auditor was investigating, like, wait a minute, do we have some sort of a rogue officer who's, getting information that they shouldn't have? And that could be investigated as part of the police commission or the auditor's work. Is that correct?
Sure.
I would think so. And certainly if there was a need to investigate anybody currently, that could be part of a current investigation.
Right. And I'm not suggesting any Pasadena police officer would abuse this information. I just want to make sure we have some sort of a, yellow light warning system that if someone is, we have a means to find out about it. And it sounds like we do monthly. Thank you.
And I would also mention for the council, you see this technology often deployed in parking garages as they move away from having live persons handling the payment. There's a lot of automated garages and they capture data on the way in and the way out.
Also, if I can add, ALPR are now available to the general public. There's actually people in Pasadena that have ALPR readers in their front yard that are collecting data. And there's some counties, I know in Georgia, it's heavy, that crime is down about 60% because of single home, family owned ALPR reader systems. So the technology's out there and it's expanding.
I'm Mr. Masuda, followed by Mr. Madison.
Thank you, Mayor. Commander Clausen, thank you so much for the report. It sounds like a very important piece of equipment. You say there's 3 of them?
No, we're replacing 3. We have 16 systems in place right now, but we're replacing 3.
When will the others need to be replaced?
Well, we plan on phasing them out over the next 3 to 4 years, depending on funding through the Urban Area Security Initiative.
How long will it be until we need to renew the 3 that we're replacing?
That I don't know the lifespan. The other systems were working until they couldn't be supported by the 3M, the company anymore. So that's why we have to buy a new system through a new vendor that can support the camera system. Otherwise, if they were still able to support them, we could still use the camera systems, just like other systems in the city that are being supported, such as our body-worn cameras. Once the older camera systems start to get old and there's new technology, our vendor are replacing them as needed.
Thank you. And I want to thank you for explaining the reason we need this renewal. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Masuda. Mr. Madison?
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I think where we came out at the committee and is emerging from this discussion is that there really is no expectation of privacy in this information. It's on display publicly, and the proliferation of video security cameras, for example, and many of my residents, I'm sure throughout the city, have video on their homes, on their porches, and businesses the same. We have traffic and transportation videos that are set up. I know that when our detectives are working cases, one of the first things they do is canvass the area in a particular type of case, at least, where there may be video of the incident from third parties that can be accessed. So I think as the questions have indicated and focused, the issue really isn't whether there's some line that we're crossing by accessing this information. This information is extremely germane to solving crime and preventing crime. The issue is, can we adequately ensure that it won't be misused in any way? And I felt at the committee, for example, that the 2-year limitation on storage was a helpful mechanism. Now, look, there will be a case, there'll be a murder case where it'll be 2 years and 1 day, and we won't have the data perhaps. But, this is a place where we need to make balances and reasonable sort of boundaries. And I feel the department has done that here. So I'd be prepared to move the item if you don't have a motion yet, Mayor, and so we can move along.
Thank you, Mr. Madison. Mr. Wilson?
Yeah, I had a couple questions for Commander Clausen. I know we have parking enforcement. I believe those little scooters have automatic readers or not? I know
Yes,
I see cameras. I'm wondering what that technology is.
They do, and they do not share their information with us.
I guess I'm trying to understand, if we're going to capture this information, what's the difference in terms of, I assume, is this camera running in the police vehicle, the cruiser, when it's just driving, or what's the rule for how that works?
Yeah, the officer has to get into the vehicle. He has to log on to his computer system. That activates the camera system, and then as we roll down the street, it captures data. If we were to pull over and park, it's still going to capture data of vehicles passing by that vehicle. And from what I understand is the Department of Transportation uses the technology to recover stolen vehicles, but they don't share their information with us.
Yeah, I'm just, either you're going to capture the data or you're not. And I guess it's, it's a little bit like you're talking about the parking lots too. Either you're comfortable that that data is being used respectfully or you're not. I'm just a little confused about what seems to be a dull standard, or we have the data, we're not using it. Can you describe, you mentioned that we work with other jurisdictions. So they don't get the license plate data, but there's kind of a hot list of license plates that everyone's comparing that data to. Is that how that works?
We would share, like, if, let's say your car got stolen tonight out of your driveway, we would take a report and enter that system into our stolen vehicle system. And all of a sudden, once the car is in the California Law Enforcement Telecommunications System, if a license plate reader, let's say down in Lenox, of the area of the Sheriff's Department, picks up a hit on one of the reads for your license plate, it's going to alert the deputies down there. And then the deputy's going to have to do some follow-up, because sometimes cars are either fixed, sometimes they're burned, or they're mobile. And then if they're mobile, then they're going to have to find out where the car went. So there's different mechanisms in place, the investigative aspect of it, that would alert and allow the police department to recover cars. Because I know some days we've taken reports, we've recovered cars the same day on an ALPR hit that they're reported stolen.
Yeah, but I guess my point is that the collaboration is sharing, the missing vehicles. So another strategy, we could put all the license plate data in one place, and then we all could, you could run your license plates against it whenever something happens. Our strategy is different. Everyone holds on to their license plate data, and then we push kind of I'll call them the hot license plates into a central repository, and all the jurisdictions kind of mash up their data against that kind of hot license plate list. Is that the way it works?
But it could be used investigatively through, let's say, Anaheim Police Department had a robbery, they got a parcel license plate, and it comes back to a car that's been hit several times in Pasadena, and they're going to conduct their follow-up that way by running the license plate. Because once the system reads a plate, that's all it is. It's numbers with a GPS coordinate and a date. If I need to do further investigation, I would then physically have to run that plate. So that's a second step. So I would run that plate to get the registered owner information from DMV or the California Law Enforcement Telecommunications System. So it's the process of just collecting the data means nothing, and it tells me nothing other than a vehicle's license plate, date, and time.
So I'm curious, and I don't know who to best address this to. I don't know if it's the mayor or Councilmember Kennedy, who chairs public safety. You know, we are, the kind of main event today is the continuing discussion on the police commission. I'm curious as to a topic like this, as it may be an example, how would this get treated if we had a police commission? Is it something that they would explore? I don't know if someone's in a position to answer that, but I'm trying to understand how that would play.
Based upon, this is John Kennedy. My view based upon the committee that this is something certainly within the possible bailiwick of the Community Oversight Commission. This is a knotty issue for the reasons that the speakers, public speakers have brought to our attention. And the question is, we want to make sure that the data is used properly, that it isn't unnecessarily intrusive, and that it is not directed to any one particular group, ethnic or otherwise in our community. The presentation from the commander shared that many private citizens have this information or this capability. And so it isn't as if the police department exclusively is able to capture information. Private citizens also are able to capture information. I would only say that as it relates to these questionings of constitutionality, that we simply ask the city attorney to provide some insight. Additionally, the discussion at the committee level was that we didn't believe that there was an unnecessary intrusion on First Amendment rights, given the pervasiveness of the technology and the fact that the commander and staff in previous presentations has made it clear to us that it's a very limited public safety use of this information, and that there are safeguards around the use of the information that are provided by orders of the Pasadena Police Department's chief in consultation with the city attorney's office. So there was a unanimous decision to move this forward to the council because we had gotten the kind of assurances that all of the council members who have raised questions, and those, quite frankly, good questions that have come from the community as well. So that's my as brief a comment as I can make in response to your question.
And I think, thank you, John, for that. I mean, the Public Safety Committee acts as our police, commission, because it doesn't exist. So I think it's important if you had shared that what your discussion was and where your ultimate vote was. So I'm comfortable on the recommendation, Public Safety Committee, that I know we went into this much more detail than we have today. But thank you, Commander, and thank you, Councilmember Kennedy.
So we have, Mr. Gordo.
Mr. Gordo, you're on mute.
Thank you. First, on Commander, on the issue of selling information, I think one of the concerns raised by a member of the public was that somehow either the vendor or someone else with another agency with access to it could sell the information to insurance companies or others. Can you just address that issue?
That I don't know if the vendor has the capability, but I do know Senate Bill 54 sets various limitations on what can and can't be done with ALPR data. But I don't have the Senate bill in front of me today.
Did the committee talk about the issue, or was it raised internally in discussions whether or not a vendor could share the information with an insurance company, for example, or with any a non-law enforcement agency?
That was a concern, but I think that's more a question that staff would have to provide than the committee as it relates to an actual answer of the question that you've raised, Councilmember Gordo. It's our reasonable expectation that the vendor would not be sharing this information, but that needs to be confirmed by staff.
Yes, and so I'm asking Commander Clausen, was that discussed, Commander, and what is the answer?
It wasn't discussed and wasn't asked. That I do not know.
And with regard to storage, so we have, you make reference to the storage of information within our, for 2 years is the city's policy. What is the storage policy for the vendor? Are they in agreement to adopt our storage policy?
Well, our storage is set up so after 2 years, the data just falls off. So we are following city guidelines.
Right, but and the vendor will respect that that's the city's policy, and they too will whatever database they use or storage systems they use, they too will adhere to the city's policy.
Correct.
Okay. I am interested in the issue of whether or not vendors can sell sell information or in any way profit from information or share it, I don't know, with anyone not involved in law enforcement, either in Pasadena or in some of the agencies that you described. I do think, this is a question we struggled with years ago. I do think there are safeguards, but among the important safeguards, I think, for everyone in the city, including our police department, is how information that we collect in the city of Pasadena can or cannot be used for profit or for you name it. So I think that's an important question that we ought to run to ground. And if we're entering into an agreement of any sort, we ought to make it contractual, not just a reasonable standard approach. I think we ought to have certainty on that question. Wouldn't you agree with that, Commander? That's a question we ought to.
Yep, that's very balanced, a very, very balanced approach. I agree.
Mr. Gordo, may I just simply say that I agree with what you've just shared. And if Mr. Madison and whoever seconded the motion, if he doesn't have a seconder of the motion, I would second it. That would be a very nice, welcome, friendly amendment, actually having that in the contractual relationship that we have with this particular vendor.
Well, and one of the reasons I think we all should be concerned about that, including the police department. I've observed that police officers or police departments are accused of sharing information with non-law enforcement agencies, and then they have to go out and prove that they, as individual officers or people who control the databases in the police department or our own police department, has to go out and prove that it wasn't they who shared the information. So I view it very much as a issue of integrity of the data, protecting residents and their information, and ensuring that it can only be used for the purpose for which it's intended, to keep us safe. But I do think that even our police officers will want to ensure that the data that is run through the police department is not being sold. So I don't know if it's an amendment or whether we want to give our police department and Commander Clausen an opportunity to review the agreement to give us all assurance, including our own police department, that that data cannot be sold privately or used in any way by the vendor other than we intended to be used.
Okay, it's a good suggestion. We need that information. Anything else, Mr. Gordo?
No, not for the moment.
All right, any further questions, Ms. Kennedy?
Is there an opportunity for us to simply ask the city attorney if we could include in the contract certain provisions that really address these type of privacy issues and the limited use requirement? If that is possible, I think it may satisfy some of the concerns that have been raised by members of the public and certainly my colleagues. So I would like to at least have the answer to that from the question to the city attorney.
Bonneries?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. This is Michelle Bonneries. We can certainly seek to negotiate that and include that language in there and report back to the council.
Yeah, Mayor, I would suggest that if the council wanted to approve the item subject to us getting a provision in the agreement that data should not be shared with any non-police agency, nor shall a vigilant sell or share City of Pasadena data with any non-police agency, if I captured that correctly. And then if we can't get that agreement, then obviously we would return to the council. But if we could get that, it would be within the parameters approved by the council if you feel as such.
I would like that, particularly the level of discussion about the issue from my colleagues and from the public, that that actually is included in the motion that Mr. Madison has already made. Mayor, I wasn't sure if you had a second. If you do not, I'd like to provide a second for Mr. Madison's motion.
All right, Mr. Madison, is that acceptable to you?
It is, especially if it'll bring the matter to a conclusion, Mayor.
Bless you, Mr. Madison. So with that, we have a motion and a second, and we understand that the approval is subject to the inclusion of the information as suggested by Mr. Gordo and Kennedy. Is there any further discussion? If not, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Gordo? Yes. Councilmember Kennedy?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Councilmember McAustin?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hampton?
Yes.
Mayor Tornick?
Yes.
Motion is approved without opposition.
Thank you. That completes the consent calendar. We will now move to item 14, which is a COVID-19 update from the city manager, Mr. Mermel.
Thank you, Mayor. With us remotely today is Dr. Go, and from Huntington Memorial Hospital is Dr. Kimberly Schreiner. Just a moment while we bring both of them in.
Dr. Go and Dr. Schreiner, you are now in the meeting. If you want to unmute and start your videos.
We will now move to item 14, which is a COVID-19 update from the city manager.
Somebody
Mermel?
needs to turn off their KPAS
Mayor,
broadcast.
with us remotely today is Dr. Go.
There we go. Dr. Schreiner has turned that off, Mayor.
Sorry.
And Dr. Go, are you there? Do you have a camera?
There she is.
There's Dr. Go. Okay.
Welcome, Dr. Go and Dr. Schreiner. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Mr. Mermel?
Why don't we start off with Dr. Go, moving sort of from the general to a little more specific about what things are like here in Pasadena. But Dr. Go, why don't you start with your overview, and then we'll move on to Dr. Schreiner. Thank you.
Dr. Go?
Dr. Go, can you hear us?
I don't think so.
All right, well, why don't we start with Dr. Schreiner?
Okay. Okay. So I think you guys have the copy of the slides. Were you going to provide that, or am I doing that?
We're pulling it up right now. And if you just let us know when to advance the slide, we will do that for you.
Well, I certainly want to second our thank yous to the heroes at the hospital. The nurses there are the best nurses in the world, and they are continue to do a wonderful job in spite of very difficult circumstances. So you can go ahead and advance the slide now. So like most places in LA County, we are seeing a decline in the number of cases. I was up on the wards this morning. We have 5 people intubated in the ICU with COVID. Several of them have been there, unfortunately, for many weeks. And we have 12 patients up on our COVID cohorts. So our numbers are really reflective of what's happening throughout the county, with a decline in the number of admissions to the hospital, and thankfully with the number of patients in the ICU. That being said, we are trying to keep a very close eye on the situation after Labor Day. It'll be interesting to see what happens. I'm wondering if the fires may counteract some of the increased activity of people out and about that we saw immediately after Labor Day, and maybe we won't have another surge, but we'll have to watch this very carefully. We are prepared for that. We've been organizing some trigger points in terms of sort of when we begin to mobilize more of our units at the hospital. We are trying to bring the hospital up to somewhat normal activities in terms of trying to scoop up all of the surgeries and so forth that we were not able to do during the actual, sorry about that, during the actual surges. But it's tricky, and we're going to have to be very careful about doing that. So I think for right now, we're in good shape. We're experiencing a little lull that gives our staff an opportunity to rest. So I think that we're just kind of trying to hang in there and see what the winter brings. We encourage everybody to get a flu vaccine. The hospital is sponsoring the flu shots at various venues around town that can be looked at on our website. And if ever there was a year to get a flu shot, this is it. So please go out and get a flu vaccine. And we're going to try to make sure that we don't have flu on top of COVID.
Thank you, Dr. Schreiner. Are there questions for Dr. Schreiner? Councilmember Kennedy?
Dr. Kimberly Schreiner, I know this sounds a little crazy or kooky, but can you please assure the public that there are no significant downsides in obtaining the flu vaccine? And can you give us maybe a minute of exposition on what is the benefit? It may seem obvious, but I don't want to take that chance, given that there are some who strongly suggest otherwise in terms of actually getting the vaccination.
Yes, thank you, Councilman Kennedy. So the flu vaccine is a killed vaccine. You could not get influenza from the flu shot. It is a very, very safe vaccine that's been used for many years. It decreases the likelihood that you will get the flu altogether. It also decreases the severity if you happen to get the flu. And occasionally people can still get the flu when they've had the vaccine. But it's a very safe vaccine. It is very, very effective. And right now, when we have such a concern about the mixing of influenza and COVID, and we don't really know what that's going to result in, it could be very, very serious medical problems. This is a totally preventable disease. You know, we're anxiously awaiting a vaccine for coronavirus, and we hope that that comes. And I think that most people would like to take that vaccine so we can end up getting our society back to sort of a normal state. But we already have a good vaccine for influenza. And so I'd strongly encourage everyone to get the vaccine. It's safe. We recommend people, anybody above 6 months in age, get the vaccine. Most of the pharmacies, CVS, Rite Aid, provide the vaccine. It, you know, occasionally causes a little tenderness on where the arm or the injection was, but otherwise they're very safe and they're very effective, and it's a very good way to prevent an equally awful disease like influenza.
Thank you, Dr. Schreiner.
Thank you.
Any other, Mr. Gordo?
Thank you, Dr. Schreiner, and I too, and I know all of my colleagues join in thanking all of the nurses and doctors and administrative staff and everyone else who contributes at Huntington Hospital. And I hope you'll let them know that we're very grateful for the service they provided in the most challenging of times. So what is the status, doctor, at the hospital in terms of, you know, are you seeing people now return to, you know, one of the concerns during COVID is people would not return for medical procedures, for care that they might need and otherwise would seek out. Is that now turning around?
I think so, Councilman Gordo. I think that, you know, part of the issue has been the hospital during the first big wave, we had to really cancel all elective surgeries and so forth. And I think there's still, you know, a fair bit of anxiety among the general public about coming to a hospital. Huntington goes to great lengths to make sure that our patients, whether they have COVID or not, are treated safely, and we have very, very effective programs to make sure that the virus is in the places where we know where we can manage it. And so if you are scheduled for an elective surgery, especially surgeries that really, you know, we call them elective surgeries, but they may not be that elective. They may be cancer surgeries, they may be, you know, hip replacements for people with very bad pain. And so we are really trying to make sure that those patients are taken care of properly. We are testing everybody who comes into the hospital, and that's safety for our staff in addition for the patients. And so we don't want you to delay getting important surgeries taken care of or important care. You know, there's going to be a lot of collateral damage from this pandemic, and patients and people that have diseases that aren't going to be managed as easily because they're afraid to come to the hospital or they don't have access to it. We're certainly seeing that around the world, even with things like HIV and tuberculosis. So we want people to make sure that they still take good care of themselves even during a pandemic. And most doctors' offices now, and the hospital, of course, have made arrangements to accommodate people in a safe manner so that you shouldn't delay if you need to have care.
And the hospitals received the assistance, I'm hoping. Well, we were all concerned about the hit to the medical community in terms of economic impact and to the hospital. Are you seeing the support that you were looking for from the state, the county, and the federal government? And what can we do if you're not, as a city, to help the hospital?
Well, that's a little bit above my pay grade. That's probably more of a Dr. Morgan question, but I do know that she speaks regularly to all of the county, state, and federal agencies. Huntington's a very large hospital. It's a very well-respected hospital. We had huge support from our community, from Pasadena, and we're very grateful to all of the donors and the people who support the hospital, the city council, and so forth. And we're also very fortunate to have such a superb public health department. I mean, we work in hand with them. And I feel sorry for cities that don't have such a fine organization, because it makes it so much easier to kind of handle this very serious, very, very, very serious once-in-a-century event that's happened to all of us.
And my final question is involving PPE. I know that a lot of and again, you may not know, but I'm interested to know from your vantage point whether, you know, small offices, medical offices are now receiving the PPE and access to PPE that they need to operate safely, and is the hospital a part of that, and what can you tell us about individual and small offices?
Yeah, you may have recalled that at the beginning of the pandemic, you know, that was something that was really in short supply, and we were, you know, you saw it around the country, but it certainly was true at Huntington as well. But we're doing quite well now with PPE at the hospital for sure, and we've actually reached out also to help the health department help skilled nursing facilities and so forth, and doctors' offices. I think we know more about how this virus is transmitted. Unfortunately, it is actually scarier than we thought, because there does appear to be some element of airborne transmission with it. And so it is very, very important that people use appropriate PPE and stay masked, you know, at all times if they can. Most of the doctors' offices now have systems where people call ahead of time. They may wait in their car for a page to come up to see the doctor, or they're still doing a lot of telemedicine type visits. So we're all making, you know, adaptations to dealing with this. And I think that, you know, that's what we're going to have to do for the next many, many months until we get a handle on this.
Thank you for everything you do.
my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Dr. Schreiner? Thank you, Doctor. Let's move to Dr. Go. Can you hear us now?
I can. Sorry about that.
All right. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and the public. First, I wanted to share an update on COVID-19 cases and deaths. In the US, there have been over 6,800,000 confirmed cases of COVID-19 and over 199,000 deaths. In California, over 780,000 cases and over 15,000 deaths. In LA County, over 260,000 cases and over 6,300 deaths. And in Pasadena, we have had 2,522 confirmed cases with an uptick in the daily new cases in the past 3 days that we will follow to see if we are seeing a surge related to Labor Day activities. And unfortunately, we have had 121 deaths. According to the New York Times, the number of deaths in the US from COVID-19 is nearly 2.5 times the number of US service members who died in battle in the Vietnam and Korean Wars combined. And about 100 people are still dying daily. Our hearts go out to all who have lost loved ones to this virus. As we continue to move through this pandemic, we also recognize the other types of damage the virus has caused to our economy, our children's education, and our community's well-being. We know that people are impacted in so many ways and are tiring of measures that we are still having to follow. But we also know that if we did not continue these measures, our losses would be much greater. Current state health officer orders require us to follow a new framework called the Blueprint for a Safer Economy. This framework places all local health jurisdictions in the county into a tier based on countywide metrics on case rates and testing positivity rates. Currently, all 3 public health jurisdictions in LA County fall in the widespread transmission tier. It's the purple tier 1, which is the most restrictive. The state recalculates and posts on its website the metrics and tiers for each county every Tuesday. This framework dictates what sectors may be permitted to open with respect to the state health officer order, and local health jurisdictions can always be stricter based on local epidemiological patterns. In order to move to another tier, a county must have sustained metrics that are in the less restrictive tier for at least 2 weeks consistently. Some of the new activities that the state has allowed for all tiers include allowing more childcare settings to operate through a waiver from the California Department of Social Services and limited in-person activities on school campuses, both to support remote learning and for specialized services for students with an individualized educational program or IEP or English as a second language program. We have been assisting schools with implementation of public health protocols, including maintaining low capacity, so that they can provide these limited services. We're also monitoring the impact of these new increased in-person activities, which we expect to see over the next 2 months. As we watch the data to see if the recent case increases are part of a surge from people gathering during the Labor Day holiday, we need to plan for the next holiday when people will get together, and that's Halloween. When we look at traditional Halloween activities through the lens of COVID-19 risk factors, it's obvious that Halloween crowds and parties do not allow you to minimize contact with non-household members. Even when done outdoors, there's a risk because people are interacting with others. We have seen that in Pasadena, the virus spread has been associated with gatherings, both indoor and outdoor. The city will not be issuing permits or providing barricades for Halloween street closures or events because this would violate state orders against large gatherings. Any in-person event, such as in a yard or parking lot, like trunk or treating, is not allowed by state order. It is important for community members to plan early and identify safer alternatives. And our own city recreation department is also helping to design physically distanced, safer Halloween activities for the month of October. Door-to-door or car-to-car trick-or-treating is not recommended because it's hard to avoid crowding. Some safer alternatives include online parties or costume or pumpkin carving contests, car line celebrations that comply with public health protocols that are available on our website, including drive-by celebrations or contests where individuals dress up or decorate their vehicles, and drive-by judges who are physically distanced in vehicles, drive-through events where people remain in their vehicles and drive through an area with Halloween displays that are created by households at their own household, or small-scale drive-through celebrations where participants remain in their vehicles at all times and individuals can receive a single bag of treats or takeaway items during the entire celebration from a single organizer who takes responsibility for enforcing public health protocols. Having only one bag of items pass through to a vehicle avoids multiple interactions, and everyone should wear face coverings. Finally, here's a message that I will be stating repeatedly, and Dr. Schreiner also already stated. It's time to get your flu shot. This is more important this season than ever before, so if you haven't gotten it around to it in the past, because we do know that there are many people who just don't, it's not that they don't believe that it's safe or that they don't believe that it's effective, but they just might not get around to it. Well, this year, please do get your flu shot. And we talked a little bit about why, but there's the risk of co-infection, which is concerning for worse outcomes. That we want people to know that healthcare providers are following COVID-19 protocols to keep risk low for everybody. And getting a flu shot could help you avoid a visit to the emergency department or the urgent care center and reduce the chance of your exposure to COVID-19. So I'm willing to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Dr. Go. Questions from my colleagues?
I have one there. Thank you, Dr. Go, and of course, Shiner as well, was about the average age of the fatalities. Dr. Go, do you have current info about that in Pasadena?
I do in my email. Let me find that for you.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had, Mayor.
All right.
Yeah, let me get you their accurate number.
Anybody else for Dr. Go? The Halloween messaging, I have to say, has been a little bit uneven. The initial announcement at the county level about sort of the cancellation of Halloween and then walking that back and saying, well, no, we're not, I mean, that was headline news around the country that LA County canceled Halloween. And then that got walked back to it's not recommend, you know, to what you've just explained, that the sort of traditional block parties and door-to-door trick-or-treating for a whole variety of pretty obvious reasons is not recommended. It's not being harshly disavowed, but it is not recommended. And I think if you really listen carefully to what you just said, Halloween will not, like most of the rest of the stuff that we're involved in, is not going to be recognizable this year in a lot of ways. But I think that people understand that it's not business as usual, and to go to a series of doors, this series of households with bag in hand and having the kids accept candy. They don't know if there's an active case in the house or what the provenance of the candy is. I mean, it's just dangerous. And we have around the city, we have a number of neighborhood, fabulous neighborhood Halloween celebrations, traditional for a long time. And I think that people just need to be realistic about what not putting other people at risk. I still hope that people will decorate their homes and the kids can see, walk by and drive by decorated homes, but I think the sort of individual traditional trick-or-treat chorus is probably just not in the cards. But I appreciate your detailed explanation of what the sort of do's and don'ts of what Halloween should be like. Mr. Corda, is your question?
Dr. Go, I just want to make sure and thank you. You said 522 cases. Can you repeat the numbers in Pasadena?
Yes, 2,522 cases total.
And 121 deaths.
That's right.
I too would be interested to know the answer to Mr. Madison's question.
So the median age at death is 83. And our median age of cases is lower, and I'm trying to find that.
And the other question that I had is, in terms of underlying conditions, are we still seeing the deaths, a connection with underlying conditions, or has that shifted?
It's not 100%. There are individuals with no underlying conditions, and even those who are younger who have died. But yes, largely, most of people have had underlying health conditions. And the median age for cases is 44 now. As you know, it's dropped a lot.
And the deaths that you referenced, 121 deaths, those are deaths not at the hospital, but for Pasadena residents specifically, correct?
Those are deaths of Pasadena residents, and they may occur in any healthcare setting or at home. Or actually, they may occur anywhere, but the death reports get referred to us as their home of residence.
And are we seeing, one final question, are we, in tracing some of the infections, are we seeing people who are being infected in Pasadena, and or are we able to trace infections outside of the city of Pasadena? Is there a particular segment of the workforce that's more affected than others?
So,
3 questions there, I guess.
Sure. So yes, transmission occurs in Pasadena. Any place people are getting together, including our essential work sites, are places where we've seen transmission and outbreaks. We are also seeing travel-associated infections. Lots of people who go to Vegas come back with COVID. And there are other places that are hotspots that we've seen. So I think it's indicative both of the locality, the location, but also the activities that are being done once they're in that location. In addition, I mean, we've investigated over 150 work sites for exposures. Not all of those were outbreaks, because there are protocols in place that might have prevented transmission in that workplace. And that's why those protocols are so important. Even though every work site will have people coming in with COVID, often what we see is that they're coming in with it because they got it somewhere else, either in their household or some other activity. And so to prevent your work site from being affected, having all those protocols in place really can help.
All right, any other questions for Dr. Go? Dr. Go, are we seeing more mask compliance? I mean, face covering compliance in general, is that faded as an issue in Pasadena?
You know, I don't have a quantitative measure, although it's been proposed that putting cameras up can monitor, you know, at a street corner, like how many people are wearing face coverings. I don't think that's something we want to do here. But I think our code compliance team has been out on the streets providing informational cards, and we do respond, of course, to complaints. And so we certainly are doing that. I can say informally as I go out and about, I'm actively observing for that, and I generally see most people in compliance. So that's my take on it.
Mayor, one more question.
Mr. Wilson.
Dr. Go, I wanted to reconcile Dr. Schreiner's statement and your statement about the short-term uptick. Dr. Schreiner seemed to imply it's flat. You seem to say there was a
Yeah, she hasn't had the benefit of seeing Friday, Saturday, and Sunday numbers.
That was an object, because 11, I think you're up to, right?
Yeah. You know, sometimes so we have a lot of movement because sometimes it's a whole like 6 people in a household, but sometimes so that's why looking at 3 days of numbers doesn't really tell us that much. And we really think that a dip in the numbers over the past week was from the wildfires and people not going to get tested. And so today is 2 weeks out from Labor Day, and we think that some of the increasing cases are probably indicative of more people going to get tested now, and possibly an increase in cases, but it's a little too early to say. But I'm hearing that LA County also has had the uptick, and also California State.
Yeah, the other thing that happened, Councilman Wilson, is that there's a discrepancy between what Dr. Go sees and what I see. because we're sort of the you know, the last stop, if you will. So they'll pick things up earlier. So that's good for us to know actually that maybe this is something that we need to pay attention to. But hospitals will sort of get the result after 2 or 3 weeks and people begin to feel sick. So obviously they're getting tested, and so it's good to, that's why it's so important to have good correspondence between the two institutions, which we do.
Right, right. I'm just looking at the chart, and I mean, it has ticked up, and it's what rolling average is about 7.5 cases per day. But
the daily number should be real time, but you know, we have our metric is with the state is with the 7-day lag, so it's going to show up maybe in about a week.
okay. Thank you for that.
All right, so everyone will wait with bated breath to see when we can move from purple to red in terms of the tiers. And did I understand in your opening remarks that that's predicated on the LA County metrics, that we are, it's not so much Pasadena, even though we do get our individual measurement, that the movement from one to the next tier is a function of a countywide determination?
It's aggregated data, including Pasadena, Long Beach, and the rest of LA County, calculated together by the state.
And further, that that Pasadena, in terms of its health department authority, your health officer authority, can be more restrictive, but not less restrictive.
That's right.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Generally, better news. I guess we still have to wait another few days to see the real impacts of Labor Day. It is. I mean, I've been moving around and observing. I agree that there is. I think seriously. I think that the face mask adherence is very positive on the part of residents. I was a little discouraged yesterday. We took a late afternoon walk around the Rose Bowl, and there was a first birthday party. You know, in the shadow of the Rose Bowl. It's a big group, maybe 30 people. Obviously not all from the same household, celebrating a first birthday, pictures of the baby pinned up to the tree, and food involved, and nobody masked. And I thought to myself, you know, this is not what we want to encourage, and it's not helpful if one of those people is asymptomatic but infected. They're putting all that, you know, that whole group of celebrants at risk, and people are tired. They're tired of not being able to interact the way they're accustomed to, and it's hard to keep asking them to stay apart.
And we have seen disease spread and outbreaks, unfortunately, at happy family celebrations like baby showers and parties, birthday celebrations, and so it's so unfortunate. We do, you know, hope that people will realize that on the spectrum of risk, they're taking one step, which is trying to be outdoors. When you have food involved, the face coverings come off.
Okay.
And so keeping those face coverings on helps reduce risk a little bit more, and then staying physically distanced helps even more.
Mayor, on a somewhat related note, some may know that the El Dorado fire was sparked by a gender reveal party. So these things that seem innocuous can have unintended consequences.
Yeah, they were socially distant, but stupid. Okay, so let's thank Dr. Go and Dr. Schreiner for that information, and we'll move to we'll thank you, and we'll move to the next agenda item. The next item is an ordinance, the first reading of an ordinance related to the Community Police Oversight Commission and the Independent Police Auditor. And the presentation introduction will be by City Attorney Michelle Bonneries.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. You will recall that the council directed preparation of this ordinance at its August 24th council meeting, and there had previously been questions brought up that were addressed in various council and committee meetings, public safety committee meetings. And what is before you is something that was essentially put together by Chief Assistant City Attorney Javon Rad with input from others to, Javon, I think. She's going to give you the clicker, to address whatever questions were raised and come up with an ordinance that we believe is consistent with the council's direction. There will be a few minor revisions to what was presented, and Javon will address that in his presentation. So I will turn it over to Javon now. He has for the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Rad.
Thank you, Michelle, and thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Just wanted to go over briefly the ordinance that is in front of you today, and then also just outline a couple of changes that we could make to the ordinance and staying within what the council had directed. So there's basically sort of two aspects to the oversight ordinance that we're coming forward with. First, sets up a community police oversight commission with 11 members, 8 council appointees, and then 3 appointed by the council, but from the nonprofit community, with a goal of at least 50% women. The appointment process would not be something that would be in this ordinance, but the council could later establish the appointment process for commissioners by way of resolution. And basically, the commission would be doing review and monitoring of various PPD operations, and they're listed here in the PowerPoint. The next aspect to the ordinance would be establishing the position of independent police auditor, which would be in the civil division of the city attorney's office, and the auditor would be retained and administered by the city attorney, but reporting to the city council. And basically, the three generalized aspects that the auditor would be doing is reviewing all categorical uses of force by PPD officers, and basically what that means is use of force as defined by PPD policy at categorical use of force. And then also reviewing PPD's personnel investigations where there's bias-based personnel complaints of bias-based policing. And then finally, issuing public reports and giving public presentations on matters within the auditor's jurisdiction. In terms of access to records, there's 2 aspects to that. First off, the auditor has what the ordinance sets forth as unimpeded access to PPD personnel records to perform duties. And I think at one or more of the council meetings and also public safety committee meetings, a few council members had sought to see real-time access for the auditor to be sort of not just seeing something at the tail end, but be involved to at least observe what's going on. And so the ordinance actually talks about how the auditor can observe briefings, interviews, and deliberations, such as the command staff's deliberations on personnel matters. And it's upon request and where feasible. And then separately, the commission and the auditor have subpoena authority for certain items as well. So not only does the auditor have unimpeded access, but then there's also subpoena power in the ordinance for certain items as well. Now, there are limitations on the authority of what the auditor and the commission can do, and we've gone through that with the council before in terms of both the city charter and then also confidentiality over employees' personnel files. And for example, for police officers, there's what's known as a series of state laws called the Pitches statutes that sets forth confidentiality over police officer personnel records. And there's also confidentialities over other employees' personnel records as well. So what we did to sort of express what the charter limitations are in the ordinance are to talk about the commission and the auditor cannot play a role in personnel matters. The auditor can observe personnel matters, but cannot participate in taken against PPD employees. And as to the fiscal impact, we estimate approximately this may cost a total of $500,000 to $1 million annually, but that could be give or take. It could be a little bit less, and it could be a little bit more, just depending on the scope of work and the nature of the commissions and the auditor's work plan. And so one other item that just bring to the council's attention in terms of, we've got a few changes we could propose, and Mayor, I guess we could suggest this at the right time and place, but generally speaking, we've got about 4 categories of changes we can propose of fairly minor nature to do 4 things. First off, clarify that attorneys at firms or entities that are currently handling matters involving the police department, the Pasadena Police Department, cannot be appointed to the commission. The second thing would be a change to allow more flexibility in the commissions and the auditors issuance and service of subpoenas. It's just a subpoena process kind of thing. The third item would be to clarify how subpoenas could be enforced. For example, the city council could address if the commission was unsuccessful in getting, or the auditor was unsuccessful in getting compliance with a subpoena. And then finally, just to make a clerical change on a deadline to bring a motion to quash if somebody that got a subpoena wanted to object to the subpoena. So just making a clerical change in that regard. So with that, Mayor, I'd submit.
Thank you, Mr. Rod. I think probably I'm sure we have public comment, but I think it would be useful to let any of the council members ask any questions for clarification at this time. So do any of the council members have questions for Javon or Michelle?
Well, I have a question.
Vice Mayor?
So if you could go back to slide 4, Mr. Rudd.
Councilmember
During your comments,
there we go.
I'm sorry, during your comments, you mentioned real-time access, that the auditor would have real-time access to investigations that are underway. Is that correct? Because I don't see that in writing anywhere, or at least I don't, maybe I'm not, I'm just trying to figure out where it's actually in writing in this ordinance.
Sure. So it is between pages 6 and 7 of the ordinance, and it would be in section 4 that amends section 2.30.020 of the municipal code, and I guess it would be in A8 little b, and where it talks about unimpeded access for the auditor. And it talks about being permitted to observe briefings received, interviews conducted, and deliberations on personnel matters. And what I guess that would, that's an effort to capture is, for example, when there's a critical incident like an officer-involved shooting, and there may be a briefing for internal affairs, the auditor could be present to receive that briefing. I am aware that's something that does happen with other agencies where they have an auditor. And then where interviews might be conducted, where they could sit and observe the interviews to be conducted. It's not like they could suggest questions to ask or suggest where the interviews would go, but they could at least be present to observe the interviews. So it's not like they'd be listening to a recording afterward or looking at a transcript afterward. And then finally, the deliberations would be, one example of that would be the way Pasadena does things is when an investigation is worked up and the administrative review is ready for the chief of police to decide, the command staff, that would be the commanders and the chief of police, they review the matter and they discuss the matter, and then the chief would make a decision on the matter. So that would be an opportunity for the auditor to be in the room where the council, sorry, where the chief would deliberate on that. This is actually something that has been done most recently with the Reginald Thomas independent review, where the independent reviewer did sit in on the command staff review of the matter. But since the council is looking for more real-time access, that's why the ordinance talks about observing briefings and interviews.
Okay, so that does give access. And so while they're observing all this, this could be added in their, the auditor's report that reports back to the council. I mean, sorry, not to the council, but to the commission, as well as the community as a whole.
Right, and we'd try to find ways such that that information can be made up, be put out publicly, but also in a way that doesn't affect the confidentiality of the police officers' personnel records. But one example of what an auditor could say after being present for the briefings, the interviews, or the deliberations is, you know, I thought it was whether opining whether it was fair, whether it was impartial, whether questions were leading or not. And so those are things that perhaps an auditor could opine on.
Okay, thank you. That clarity was helpful. It just doesn't, I mean, is there a way to put real time? I guess it's not a legal term, but is there a way to put that in this ordinance some sort of way, or codify that in parentheses so people understand what this section actually means? I mean, I'm not a lawyer, so.
I think the language that says observe, be permitted to observe, and then it lists those matters. By necessity, that means real time as opposed to review tapes, documents, etc. afterward.
Okay. And then the subpoena piece. So just to be clear, I'm looking at the ordinance. So the auditor would have access to issuing a subpoena without having to go through the commission or the city council.
Yes, so so from what I understood, the council was looking for, Mr. Vice Mayor, was authority for both the auditor as an individual to issue as retained by the city attorney, but to issue on his or her own a subpoena, and then for the commission on as a body to issue a subpoena. So it's sort of dual subpoena authority.
Okay, and so I just want to give a hypothetical. Let's say, for example, the auditor has been monitoring or observing an investigation, and the auditor, based on their professional judgment, believes that there is someone who's been left out and wasn't interviewed. During their report that will come back to the council or the community, or let's just say the people, right? So we could all, they could mention that they believe that someone wasn't interviewed, and they would also have the ability to interview them.
They could, and there's a process for what the subpoena needs to say and what it how it needs to be narrowly tailored. But another point would be if the auditor felt like someone was left out, and if the auditor sought to subpoena that person, one thing the auditor would need to recognize is that may be something for the auditor's report, but it could not be used against that employee or against other employees in the administrative, in the personnel investigation. If that makes sense.
Okay, no, that makes sense. And then if you could go back, oh, well, actually, you don't have to go to slide 6. I think you had mentioned during your comments that the auditor would not have the ability to discipline or issue any officers, any disciplinary actions, or I don't know if it's feedback to the police chief as it relates to what type of discipline should or should not happen. The reason why you mentioned that in the slide is because that would take it active with a charter change. Is that correct? Or could that actually happen?
That basically, that what you're talking about would take a charter amendment to allow the auditor commission to actually influence the chief's decision.
Okay, now I just wanted to make sure that, because when you mentioned it in the slides, it almost seems like we're leaving something out. And I just wanted to reiterate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Any additional questions before we hear public comment? There'll be another round of questions.
I just had a question. I was curious, I saw in the staff budget, there's 2 FTEs associated with the commission, the management analyst and the office assistant. I'm curious where, who's responsible for them? Who kind of supervises them? Is it the auditor, or is it, where's the leadership going to reside? I don't know who to direct that to, I guess Javon or somebody.
It would depend. It's quite possible that it could be part of the city attorney's department, and then there could also be someone perhaps needed in the police department to gather the information and assist with various clerical and other kind of responsibilities as well.
Well, my sense is that work at the police department is been done historically to provide information to public safety committee. So we're talking about new work around how a commission works. And I guess just a little confused just about the organizational aspects of, we have an auditor, we have a commission, they have staff, but normally they're supervised by senior staff. And I think we need to have some clarity on how that will work, so that we think that there's some sort of accountability, but also we don't lose the objectivity of that group. So Michelle, is that?
Andy, for what it's worth, I will tell you that FPRS, the Fire and Police Retirement System, have 2 part-time employees that are seated in City Hall, who are directed and supervised by the chair of the commission, the chair of FPRS.
If that's the answer, then we need to.
That's the way that works. Here we have an IPA. I mean, this staff would be providing administrative support to both the IPA and the commission. So this one is a little more direct, because there's a variety of people who are sort of in an administrative directive capacity, but we have that kind of condition that exists in City Hall today.
Well, as long as someone is thinking about how that will work, I was really trying to figure out who's architecting that, and if it's going to be to the chair. I know there was some discussion at another point around having a stipend for the commissioners like we do for the planning commission. I was wondering whether that was contemplated in the fiscal impact, or at what point that would be revisited, or whether that's something that can happen after the fact.
And Councilmember Wilson, just responding to the staffing question, the clerical support could either be in the clerk's office, or it could be in the city attorney's office. This obviously would be a person to take the minutes of the meetings, to post the agendas, and to handle the associated clerical type functions. The management analyst 4, as the mayor mentions, it's somewhat similar to the way the fire and police retirement system operates. In my mind, the management analyst would be resident in the city attorney's office and not under the control of the city manager. And again, whether the clerical support is with them or separate in the clerk's office could be determined pretty easily.
And Councilmember Wilson, if I could add just a little more, I think this is not exactly setting up the commission and the auditor structure. They will not see the same things that public safety sees, because they will see personnel records. So there could be a certain density to those records that may take a little bit of review, and the commissioner or the auditor may want to see other records. And so depending on how that process goes in terms of, taking a look at these records and we'd like to see these records, that may be a little bit more than what public safety sees. And I think compared to fire and police retirement system, which processes disability retirements, individual police critical incidents can really be different and also just involve a different set of records or different types of records. So to sort of get the flow of whether that presents staff time on the department's part or the commission's part, or to perhaps gather and summarize things for the auditor, that's really, it's going to just take some time to really see what the work plan might be and what the budget might be for what the commission and the auditor might like to do.
And now, will that go through the normal budgeting process? Is that where that shows up? It does. I see the mayor nodding his head. But what about the stipend? Where does if there is to be a stipend, which I would argue is probably appropriate, when and how does that get addressed? Is it in the ordinance, or is that something we can do after the fact?
It has been discussed. It hadn't been included in the ordinance. It could be something that we include now or we include later.
It doesn't have to be in the ordinance.
That was really my question. I wasn't sure. When we have to redo the ordinance, if we wanted to review that, I do think it's worth some consideration. I don't really know what we're at. I mean, it's a super important job, and I see it on par with the Planning Commission, and that's, I think, one of our, commissions that do get compensated for meetings. So I'd like, at least my opinion to be that we should investigate some sort of compensation for folks who are asking to serve. So whether it's now or a future point, I would ask that we come back and revisit that. Thank you very much.
Mr. Gordo?
I want to weigh in on the issue of the management analyst. I do think the management analyst should support the work of the auditor, and who then together support the work of the commission. The models I've looked at, the auditor is the auditor who directs. Can you hear me okay?
Who looks hard, Victor.
Okay, so who as Vice Mayor Hampton puts it, in real time, spends quite a bit of time in reviewing documents, talking with the police department, communicating with us, and I think we'll need a management level analyst to support that work. And we don't want to create too many structures that then can't be managed properly. And so all of the models that I've looked at have a staffing for the auditor position. And then together that staff and the auditor support the work of the commission. That's typically the model that we employ with our commissions. And I think we can learn from both from the other auditor positions at the state level, county, and also other cities. So my recommendation would be that the management analysts support the work of the auditor through the auditor.
Okay. Anybody else with a question before we move to public comment? All right, Mr. Clerk, can we, how many comments do we have?
About 17 to read. I'll do a quick announcement on the letters we received and then go into the public comments to read aloud. In terms of correspondence, the city clerk's office received 4 letters in support of an ordinance creating a community police oversight commission. 3 of the letters expressing several concerns regarding the ordinance as drafted and providing suggestions/modifications to various sections of the ordinance, noting the need for independence, transparency, and accountability. With 1 letter also suggesting that the city organize a community meeting that includes representatives of the Pasadena Police Officers Association to clarify goals and priorities. I will start to read the comments to be read aloud. Emma Carpenter from Pasadena. When the power structure is removed from this situation, it is abundantly clear that Anthony McLean was murdered. An independent auditor is desperately needed, one who is not motivated by political agenda. No one should be above the law, especially those who are supposed to be enforcing it. A third party would restore hope to the community of Pasadena and especially to McLean's family. Please do the right thing. From Daniel James, Pasadena. Thank you in advance for doing the work of pushing forward the Community Police Oversight Commission and Independent Police Auditor. I have several questions about the ordinance as agendized. 2.60.030 in general. How will appointments in the commission be decided? How will commission members who require accommodations be afforded the opportunity to be appointed to the commission? For example, childcare, physical or digital access to meetings, etc., meeting areas, etc. 2.60.030A, point 4 period. Gender equity. How is if feasible, in quotes, supposed to be interpreted? What determines feasibility? What is the recourse if, in quotes, not feasible? May the wording be changed to include non-binary people, e.g., quote, no more than 50% of the filled positions on the commission shall be of any one gender, end quote. What is the process for the city council to remove a member of the commission? 2.60.110B period 5 period. And then how much notice will the commission receive to provide input on policy recommendations? The next comment is from Nishat Alakan, Pasadena. I'm Nishat Alakan, an educator here in Pasadena. If it truly is the purpose of the Civilian Oversight Commission to enhance, develop, and strengthen community police relations, as stated in the in Agenda Report 15 ordinance, it is crucial that the selection process of its members be completely transparent. Therefore, the commission should be composed of civilians without any ties to law enforcement, including former and retired police officers, members of the Police Foundation, and major donors and fundraisers from the police department. The appearance of any conflict would only serve to undermine the value and purpose of this Civilian Oversight Commission. Furthermore, a transparent, community-inclusive, independent auditor hiring process must take place. For the independent auditor to be successful and have the trust of the community, the hiring process must be inclusive of community voices. The best way forward would be to include a community panel in the hiring process. Show my students that they can have faith that their elected officials are people of honor. To reiterate my point, to meet the stated purpose of the Civilian Oversight Commission and the independent auditor hiring, a transparent process is crucial, and selected members must be free from the slightest appearance of conflicts of interest. From Scott Hardin, Pasadena. I spent time at the memorial of Mr. Anthony McLean. I've met those that knew him, and I've seen the agony in their faces due to a system designed to keep them at arm's length from truth and clarity. It's agonizingly clear to me that this community is desperate to know that their city leaders have unquestionable intent to follow the most transparent process in the appointing of members for the Community Oversight Commission. In order to ensure that the right voices are being heard, I strongly encourage focus on recruitment of community members outside the police framework. Let's focus less on candidates with direct ties to police officers, retired or otherwise, and we should definitely take great care to avoid implicit biases that can come from Pasadena Police Foundation recommendations, those who raise funds to promote commissioners. Let's be deliberate in moving against the traditional systems that continually work against the social change we seek. In transparency comes trust. In trust comes understanding. And when we understand, we can work together to chart a new course to ensure that those who wear the badge to protect our community are doing so in an equitable and just way. Kenichi Yoshida, Pasadena. My name is Kenichi Yoshida. I'm a resident of Pasadena City. I'm a Japanese immigrant, husband, father, faith leader of our city. I urge the City Council to improve the needed transparency and accountability in the Pasadena Police Department with respect to the purpose of the Oversight Commission. The purpose must be clearly defined for the Commission to function effectively and meaningfully moving forward. Anything less will hamper the function of the Commission. Thank you. From Sonia Burnt, Pasadena. I have raised my concerns with the proposed ordinance creating the Police Oversight Commission, CPOC, in parentheses, and Independent Police Auditor, IPA, in a letter to the council. The ordinance tilts too far toward the interests of law enforcement at the expense of independence, transparency, and accountability. Significantly, the duties of the IPA fail to expressly include conducting real-time independent investigations. The IPA only reviews uses of force, etc., to assess whether the PPD's investigation was complete. This is inconsistent with the independence the community has demanded. Further, the proposed ordinance allows the IPA to be present at the PPD's interviews only, quote, where feasible. It is left up to the PPD, which is inconsistent with transparency. Additionally, the subpoena process is defective because it does not allow subpoenas for testimony of city employees. It requires the subpoenas to be served by the PPD, thus telegraphing the IPA's investigatory activities, and it does not provide a mechanism for enforcement. Finally, the ordinance must expressly state that communications between the IPA and the CPOC or City Council are not subject to the attorney-client privilege, or, in the alternative, that the privilege is waived. Otherwise, the IPA's reports can be withheld from the public. Aparna Mukherjee, Pasadena. We need better transparency into selection and the process of recruiting for community oversight commissions and a mechanism to raise and hear community voice. We need justice for Anthony McLean. From David Chavez, Pasadena. Due to the efforts of community members, the council now has been directed to implement a long overdue system of public accountability to the PPD by creating an oversight commission and independent police auditor. However, the current language lacks the transparency and power to deliver justice to the hands of the people and must be amended. First, the council must grant the IPA investigatory authority. As currently defined, the IPA can only review investigations, but in order to truly oversee the police, it must be empowered to conduct real-time independent investigations to the furthest extent of the law without bureaucratic limitations. The ordinance must commit the commission and IPA to transparency as much as the law allows, providing for public input to the selection process for commission members and the IPA, residents having direct access to the Oversight Commission for the purposes of filling and following up on complaints and share investigatory outcomes with the public. Finally, the ordinance must be amended to be specific that community-based organizations with an interest in police accountability who are not law enforcement, prosecutor, or court organizations must select the members. Moreover, there needs to be Black, Latinx, and Northwest members prioritized. From Breathe Justice. Council members, thank you for unanimously voting for police oversight. Staff, thank you for your hard work drafting the ordinance. Please do not misconstrue constructive ordinance feedback as animosity or utilize it as a tool to undermine the progress the council is making. Use the feedback to promptly address areas of community concern and make improvements. Please review our submitted letter, which details praiseworthy and concerning ordinance aspects and the ways to improve them. Significant areas for improvement include: 1, define commission purpose as to improve transparency, accountability, and build public trust to improve police-community relations. 2, ensure commission selection is transparent with community input and grants majority representation to communities most in need of strengthened police relations. Members must affirm interest in police oversight and not be police or police representatives. 3, empower IPA and commission to make disciplinary recommendations. 4, authorize IPA to conduct independent real-time investigations. 5, permit transparent community communication as much as the law allows. 6, bind city employees, including police officers, to IPA/commission issued subpoenas. Amend the subpoena process to safeguard independence and eliminate conflicts of interest. 7, prohibit attorney-client relationships between the IPA and either the city, commission, manager, or council to ensure optimal community transparency. These are detailed in our letter. Thank you again. From Pastor Kerwin Manning, Pasadena. Mayor and Council, I've served the city for over 19 years as its pastor. I say this because I see all of Pasadena and Altadena as my church/parish. If you all were to do the same, we would accomplish so much more. It's time for decisions that unify us, one Pasadena. This can and will happen if you make this civilian oversight conversation fair and give the IPA the authority to conduct real-time independent investigations, as well as enable the Commission to share investigatory outcomes with the public. For the past 2 weeks, I have served our community at La Pintoresca Park from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m., praying with and supporting a traumatized people who seem to be a nuisance to you because of candles. We're talking about candles. This is exactly why there is a serious disconnect between you and the community you were elected to serve. Consider their pain and grief. While at it, forget about the new license plate deal and focus on body cameras that can turn themselves on. This could have prevented the wrongful death of Anthony McLean. Instead, we are still waiting for the unadulterated truth from that evening. Together, we can establish one Pasadena. From Topher Mathers, Pasadena. Dear Mayor and City Council, as you finally begin the process of establishing a Police Oversight Commission and an IPA, please keep the following objectives centered as you move forward. Transparency for the selection process of members of the commission, including community input, a community-based selection process for the IPA, including public input. Enable the commission to share investigatory outcomes, grant the IPA investigate authority, and empower it to conduct real-time independent investigations. Sincerely, Topher Mathers, District 5. From George Corzin, Pasadena. Police oversight has been rightly described as a, quote, bridge building mechanism. Indeed, the bridge being contemplated is between trust on one side and confidence in the other. Since you as a council are now tasked with building this bridge, it will be imperative for you to identify its exact location. When PPD oversight was brought before the council in 2015 by Councilman Kennedy and rejected, consultants found that about 70% of Pasadena citizens had confidence in our police, which means that 30% or about 45,000 people felt or feel otherwise. And that was before the 8 minutes and 46 seconds of George Floyd. Not unlike our Colorado bridge, which you now need to address, the one you choose to build will not and should not be static. A bridge can be viewed as either a point of access or an impediment. John Lewis courageously chose to walk across a bridge. John Lewis courageously chose to walk across a bridge and paid a severe price. That bridge is named after a duly elected U.S. Senator and Grand Dragon of the KKK and was typically avoided by African Americans. Your decision today regarding the composition of Pasadena's Oversight Commission is critical, and I urge the council to resist choosing individual members of the commission. Gina Dance, Pasadena. My name is Gina and I'm a resident of District 3. I urge the council to improve the needed transparency and accountability in the PPD with respect to the Oversight Commission's purpose. The following individuals cannot serve on the commission: a current employee of the city, a current employee of any law enforcement agency, including police or prosecutorial agency for a government entity, or any individual who has been an employee of such an agency within the previous year, and no members from the Police Foundation who raise funds for the police. Each commission member must complete a comprehensive training and orientation program within 6 months of appointment. The chief and command staff must attend and participate in all the meetings of the commission. This is a must, especially since the LA County Sheriff does not attend their civilian oversight meetings. There must be a community panel in the process of hiring the independent auditor. Authorize IPA to conduct independent real-time investigations. IPA and the commission should make disciplinary recommendations. This provides residents with the transparency that city prides itself for being. Please consider the words and suggestions of the community. Our community deserves answers. From Juliana Sorano, Pasadena. Honorable Mayor and Council members, thank you for bringing an IPA and Citizen Commission to Pasadena. We now have a positive path forward that will create better transparency and accountability after critical police incidents and more. Because it is essential that the Citizen Oversight Commission proactively work to mitigate tension and build mutual trust and respect between the police and residents, the formation of the commission must reflect the diversity of Pasadena. In parens, race, education, age, gender identity, sexual orientation, native language, religion, etc., and represent those communities most impacted by policing and police violence. While it could be true that all residents of Pasadena care about policing, you cannot ignore that the fact that not all of Pasadena is policed equitably, nor do all areas of Pasadena experience police violence similarly. I encourage each of you to appoint commissioners in an open and transparent application and selection process that pays attention to the Oversight Commission's goals and not merely based on your beliefs or the interests of your districts. We have a tremendous opportunity to make change and become a model city. Establishing a strong, healthy, and functional commission with the right leaders at the table will ensure our success. From Una Lee Joust, Pasadena. I am Una Lee Joust, a longtime resident of Pasadena District 4. Implementing a police oversight structure that enables the city prosecutor to retain and administer the services of an independent police auditor continues to implicate serious conflicts of interest. This is due to the fact that investigations are handled internally and prosecutors have to maintain good working relationships with the police as well as fulfill their duty to investigate and prosecute police use of lethal force. She cites a website that talks about deadly use of force, of lethal force in the United States. I urge the council to reach out to organizations working on model policy for community control, including Dignity and Power Now, based in LA, and she gives the website dignityandpowernow.org, as well as review ordinances containing features sought by the movement for Black Lives, such as the Chicago Civilian Police Accountability Council, CPAC, composed of elected individuals, one from each district in the city. And she cites a Chicago Legistar article. Short of amending the Pasadena City Charter to grant external entities the ability to subpoena law enforcement agencies and third-party parties for data and documentation relevant to issues of excessive and lethal force, I insist on the proposed ordinance to, at minimum, meet standards of the Los Angeles County Civilian Oversight Commission. And she points to the municipal code for Los Angeles County, including my requested proposed changes reflected at the following link, and she gives a link. Thank you. From Trina Chen, Pasadena. The Citizen Oversight Commission must be independent and the selection process for members must be fully transparent. The Oversight Commission cannot have members that are currently or previously involved directly or indirectly with law enforcement. That should be a disqualifying conflict of interest. Also, the citizens of Pasadena deserve complete transparency with respect to the investigation regarding the very troubling shooting death of Mr. Anthony McLean. Who is conducting investigations regarding this shooting? The unedited footage needs to be released immediately. The officers involved must be identified in their status with the department, i.e. active duty, desk duty, suspended with or without pay / benefits, or fired, must be disclosed. The public deserves to know whether officers involved in shooting a man in the back are on our police force. Thank you. And then from Ed Washotka, Pasadena. I want to affirm the demands in the Community Bill of Rights issued by the coalition of NAACP, Endelon, CCOP, POP, the Interdenominational Ministerial Alliance, and the Clergy Communication Coalition. I think it's supposed to be Community Coalition. The Independent Police Auditor, IPA, must have the power to conduct independent investigations concurrent with internal police investigations and hold police hearings on such investigations. The selection of commission members must be a transparent process. The process should involve nonprofit or non-governmental organizations and individuals most impacted by abuse of police powers. To facilitate active engagement by community, I encourage the creation of a panel composed of representatives from community organizations who will interview and nominate the prospective commission members for the 3 community seats, as well as select the pool of nominees for each council district and the at-large seat to be chosen by the respective council members and mayor. To ensure the IPA and commission members are educated on oversight and policing practices, the city should pay membership fees to join the National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement. Also, the IPA and commission members should attend the Community Police Academy. Additionally, to ensure economically diverse representation of the community, members should receive a stipend. And with that, Mayor, that completes public comment on this item.
Mayor, I need to ask a question about the last speaker, please.
I'm sorry?
I need to ask a question about the organization that's referenced by the last speaker. If the city clerk would just simply repeat for the council, National Association of what in reference to community oversight?
The National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement. The National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Questions or comments from the council? I have it. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I had a couple of comments, and just as a jump off point or just a suggestion that I had at the last public safety meeting about how the commission framework could look, or how we could pick our commissioners. I was thinking more so how we pick department heads, where everybody applies for a job, and then there's a community panel, and on that community panel could be some of the nonprofits that have been engaged in civil rights or police injustices, and they would be on that panel. And from there, we would pick 20 people would be selected from that panel, and then it would be up to the city council to pull from the list that's already been vetted by community members. That was just a suggestion, and also I don't know if there's necessarily a need for 11 commissioners. It could be just a total of 8 or 7. So anyhow, that was kind of where I kind of wanted to jump off, or hear what everybody else's thoughts on how the selection process could go down. I think it takes it out of the hands of the city council as far as the vetting piece of it goes, and then we just pick our picks from those that have already been vetted.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We did, for the benefit of the non-public safety committee members, colleagues, we did have a short discussion about the process in terms of the selection of the commission membership, which we're going to have to return to. That one of the suggestions that Vice Mayor made was with regard to this community panel idea, which I think is a good one. We're not going to try to define that tonight. The objective tonight or this afternoon is to try to hone in on the ordinance language and what the report says, that the actual selection process would be defined by resolution at a later date at the council. I think it's going to take another discussion or two at public safety, and then back to the council to make a decision on that. What I would say, though, what is relevant in terms of tonight's action, in terms of any action we take on an ordinance, one of the things that has been brought to my attention that I think is relevant in terms of tonight's action is that the language that we've been using in terms of nonprofits, this is at on the second page of the ordinance 2.60.030A3. 3 members shall be appointed representing the nonprofit community. There have been questions raised about, this is inevitable, I suppose, about what nonprofit means. Does it have to be a 501c3? I mean, and the intent, I think, was really that it be community-based organizations, not so much that it be a formal nonprofit. It certainly, I would hope that we would not rule out specific organizations just because they don't have nonprofit status. It's a small point, but I think it's a significant one. But you see on that same page at number 5 that it says the city council shall by resolution establish a policy for the appointment of members to the commission. That's the process that I think needs to iterate through public safety and then back to the council including the Vice Mayor's suggestion. But with regard to, there is one issue that's been raised that lost me a little bit that I want to be sure I understand. There was several letters, Mr. Rad, that referenced an issue related to whether or not there was an attorney-client privilege between the IPA, the Independent Police Auditor, and either the commission or the council, and that might limit the ability to transmit information to the commission or to the public. Can you explain what that, is there a danger there? I mean, is there a attorney-client privilege that's assertable between the IPA and either the city council or the commission that we need to be worried about?
Mayor, I think we can interpret the existing language in the municipal code that talks about the city attorney in terms of retaining her own staff and also retaining outside counsel as a separate thing from the language that we'd be adding for the auditor. So where I think that really doesn't create a position that even though somebody might be licensed as an attorney, that they would be treated as one, because I think we can interpret the rest of the code as separate. So I think in the way the ordinance is presented, I think the concerns about asserting attorney-client privilege simply because somebody's a licensed attorney, I think we can interpret that as not the case.
Okay. And the other question that was raised in the staff report, but we haven't had any discussion on, to my knowledge, but did come up in a number of the public comments, is whether or not, and you see it in the staff report in terms of on the second page, in the second paragraph, that talks about whether we should be prohibiting current or former law enforcement officers from serving, or conversely, encouraging current or former law enforcement officers to apply. I guess some oversight commissions do the latter as well as the former. And I would like to hear comments if any of my colleagues have strong feelings one way or another about whether we should exclude, include, or not pay any attention to whether or not we should be excluding former or current, I suppose, law enforcement officers from other departments. Mr. Kennedy?
Mr. Masuda was in the queue first.
I'm sorry.
I don't want to disrespect him. So Councilmember Masuda, were you going to speak first?
Oh, yes.
Mr. Masuda.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Mayor, just to go back on what Mr. Vice Mayor Hampton said about his idea of selecting, we spent a lot of time on that first round last time, about having each council member select one, so that way there's a balance across the city, and that we make sure that there's a representation that we feel comfortable with. So, I'm not for having some sort of a pool of people that apply and select from there. So I feel strongly about that. Thank you.
Right. And I would say that Mr. Masuda, part of that discussion, I think we did kind of address the issue of the appointees by the council from each district, and it's clear in the proposal that we have in front of us. I think where the community panel issue is, or idea is useful, is with regard to the three community-based organization or nonprofit organization nominees might come from. One of the concerns that's been raised that I think is valid is that we don't really want to pit one organization against another. We don't want to sort of, we like organization A, we don't, we prefer their nominee as opposed to organization B. It puts us in a position where we're kind of making judgments about the best organizations in the community. And so one way that's been suggested, and we'll talk about this some more at public safety and then at the council, is to think about having a panel of all of those organizations that then agree on a pool of nominees for those 3 slots, not for the council member selected slots. And I think that would be a way to avoid having to pick and choose among perfectly worthy organizations. But that's my.
I had a question on that as well, you know, what kind of nonprofits, and, you know, whether we were talking about, you know, Pasadena Heritage or, you know, the.
Yeah, well, I think the idea, my idea at least, and I think what's been talked about widely is that they should be community-based organizations that have had some connection to, you know, police issues and criminal justice issues in the city, that had some experience and some track record in terms of having been participants in that kind of discussion. But that's a discussion for another day. But to Mr. Kennedy, and then
Mayor, would you please reiterate your invitation for your colleagues to share on this narrow point that you were making?
Yeah, the point what I was asking about was in terms of the nominees, where we talk about qualifications or, so if we look at the it's on page 3 of the proposed ordinance, 2.60.040, it lists the kind of qualifications of the employees. They should be residents of the city. They should have an interest in strengthening community police relations. And then it says practicing attorneys or members of families or firms that are handling police departments are not eligible to serve. And I think Javon is proposing that be modified to say current, not ever. But the question is whether or not, the question has been raised by several of the speakers and had been raised in the staff report, whether we should exclude or not exclude or encourage people who are police officers or former police officers from being appointed to the commission. That's the narrow issue I'm trying to focus on at this second.
So my view is that the universe is broad. My view is that my colleagues and I have the capacity to narrow down based upon some preset conditions. One has to do with integrity. 2 has to do with how they have presented themselves in the application process. And I think there's a whole lot of discernment that needs to come from the council on a case-by-case basis, or whoever the final arbiter is, particularly as it relates to the 3, but overall as it relates to the 8 that the council member and the mayor will be appointing. You recall, because I think you were possibly the chief advocate that said there must be more than just the regular process that anyone must participate in to serve on any city commission or committee. And I certainly agree with that. I think the application needs to be broader, more detailed, and then we, as a body, we could be extended to our designee in making the decision, have to determine if there are, in fact, conflicts or reason why the person cannot do the job that's expected under the ordinance. There is some legitimacy in terms of transparency around the issue of former law enforcement. Obviously, the concern is that there would be a predisposition in terms of deciding matters because he or she was involved in law enforcement, including myself. And if my brother, if he lived in Pasadena as a former sheriff, there'd be a question mark serving in that capacity. So to the extent that we can have some persons that have been distant from the employment of law enforcement serve, I think that may be fair, but to absolutely exclude a resident on that narrow basis may not be that helpful. The question is transparency. The question is fairness. The question is, can they do the job that this council anticipates? And there must be some parameters given. Can't be super broad that there are no parameters. I get that. As it relates to being an attorney, actually, I believe some members of the public who happen to be attorneys would be helpful. Thirdly, as it relates to 501c3 status, I believe that is in fact too narrow of a pool in terms of selecting someone from, that they would have to be a member of a nonprofit organization or selected from a nonprofit organization. Case in point, the Pasadena branch of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People is not a 501c3. It is a 501c4. It enjoys some of the benefits of a 501c3, but if we were so narrowly focused and defined, someone there could not participate. So I think your comments earlier, Mayor, which were novel to me, that we want to be broader than just the narrowness of a 501c3 is helpful. Having said that, the parameters could be, as you've already stated, but expanded. Someone who's been involved in this whole area of discussion more than X number of years and has expertise that we'll define either by resolution or otherwise for us to select from. I don't believe, but it's for the council to decide, I don't believe we have to make that decision in the ordinance. I think we can make the decision in resolution and have it possibly come back to the Public Safety Committee for further vetting. As we have discussed around the dais, if you will, on the Zoom, there are a certain number of issues that are possibly better dealt with by resolution. And what's good about the Public Safety Committee, you have a former prosecutor, you have the vice mayor, you have the mayor, and you have a former deputy chief of police for administrative services on that body that could really ferret out some of these issues possibly a little bit better and provide them to the full council for further consideration. Not that the Public Safety Committee would in any way operate by fiat, but could at least provide some helpful information to the larger body. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. No, I was just trying to define the issues that were within the presentation that we have this afternoon. Mr. Madison and Mr. Gordo. I'm sorry, I think Mr. Gordo was up first, and then Mr. Madison.
So thank you. Yeah, I think the issues involved with oversight are very complicated. I'm having problems with my microphone. Can everybody hear me okay?
You got to speak up, Victor. It's hard.
So the issues involved with oversight are very, very complicated. I think the touchstone words, if you will, are fairness and transparency. That's what people are looking for. That's ultimately what we'll need to trust. And trust building is what we're trying to achieve here. And so, on the issue of whether we should exclude police officers or law enforcement related type professionals, I think that's a mistake. If we want to be fully transparent, we want to be fair, then we have to be willing to listen to all vantage points. And all the commission and the public have the right to hear all vantage points, including from maybe someone who dedicated their life as a practitioner to law enforcement. You know, the insight that they might provide, the real world experience that they might provide could be very important to the work of a commission, to the work of an auditor, and to the work of the city council. It may help the public better understand some of the issues as the debate goes back and forth. You know, I'll use the example of one of Pasadena's own residents, Robert Bonner, who is a former federal judge. I think Steve, Mr. Madison, you can correct me, but I believe he was also an AUSA, and headed up a couple of federal agencies. And you know, he is a very integral part, and I would say a pivotal member of the Los Angeles County Oversight Commission, and provides insight not just from the local level, but from the federal and state and prosecutorial level. And so I would not want to exclude someone who is willing to provide that insight simply because of their background. And so I would say the fair and transparent thing to do is welcome all vantage points, including those who may have worked in law enforcement. In terms of the issue of nonprofits, yeah, I don't think we should say there are, you know, any number of nonprofits, 501c3, 501c4, C5, they're all nonprofits, but the IRS code, they fall under a different IRS provision, code provision. And so I think what we're really looking for are, you know, community organizations that have taken an interest and maybe have it a part of their mission to seek out fairness and seek out transparency, and do it in a responsible way, and seek out individuals who maybe are associated with them. And so I do think saying nonprofit versus community is an important distinction. And again, open it up to people who have an interest in the issue, who are willing to dedicate the time. I mean, this is a significantly complicated issue. Everything from state law to constitutional matters, to, you know, very real issues of operations within the police department, officer safety, and resident safety. There is no more important responsibility in any municipality than public safety. And so I think having the different vantage points and the opportunity for everyone to weigh in, and choosing people who have an interest in this area is going to be very key. I would err on the side of casting that broadly, if you will, because it's going to be a lot of work for them.
Thank you, Mr. Godar. Mr. Madison?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the staff report and the draft ordinance. I've got some questions about both. And let me just ask first quickly, I'm grateful to see a fiscal impact. Finally, you'll remember I was one that was asking what the fiscal impact of this was going to be. And that shouldn't be misinterpreted as a wet blanket. You know, I supported strongly this step, but I do think we owe it to our constituents to tell them what it's going to cost. And to see $500,000 to $1 million, I actually think that's conservative. And I think the staff, makes that an approximate estimation. But Mr. Rommel, have you given any thought yet to where we're going to get that money?
Well, Councilmember Madison,
I know the answer is wherever we find it for you, right?
If the council, the council is going to set this as a priority, and it's my obligation to bring back some recommendations to the council to fund it.
Okay. So I'll look forward to that discussion. I think it's an important one. In terms of the ordinance, I think there are places where the ordinance is too general and not, it's sort of aimless by being so general and sort of philosophical. And then I think there are places where we're trying to do too much in terms of specificity. You know, in law school, they talk about trying to, if you imagine in normal times, a busy Manhattan intersection when the pedestrians take over, you know, you can't legislate that. There's something in life that are best sort of left to take shape as they go forward. So my first question is, who drafted the draft ordinance?
Our office, primarily Javon.
Okay, so it's solely the work of the city attorney's office?
So, well, we gathered information from various council meetings, council committee meetings, pulled together language based on that.
Okay, but nobody was working with your office to actually edit this or revise it or draft it?
No one drafted it. We did receive a public comment and we made some tweaks based on some of the information we've received, but.
A public comment to what?
A member of the public sent a letter referencing some of her concerns and pointed out a couple of something that we fixed and we're proposing to fix in terms of a clerical correction, as well as another minor adjustment as well.
So have you addressed those already, or will you?
We will, I think the thinking was see what the council wants to do. And for instance, if you switch from nonprofit organizations to community-based organizations, Javon would go through and kind of do like a red line of what the proposed changes are. He referenced that in his slide presentation of the 4 areas that he wanted to touch base on.
Okay, and that letter is a part of the record?
I'm not sure if it went to the clerk or not, but we'll make sure that it is.
Thank you, Michelle. And then, you know, the first thing that really surprised me about the ordinance is nowhere, I don't think, do you see the words, you know, advisory commission. I thought that when we adopted this initiative in concept, we agreed that this would be in the nature of a citizens advisory commission. So I was surprised to not see that in the title even. You know, that this was the, you know, looking for it now, but the Community Police Oversight Commission. But shouldn't the word advisory be there to underscore the fact that, and I don't know that in any of the description of the work, you know, even though it gets very specific in some part, that it says that the purpose is to advise the city council about policies and procedures. And I would think everybody would want that. I mean, after all, this commission will be absolutely powerless unless they can make recommendations. And I would even think, you know, in their annual report, they would want to point out policies or practices that we should consider changing.
Councilmember Madison, this is Javon. I think just to your point about the title of the commission, we were going with the agenda report from August 24th. And I know the council had some iterative changes at the August 24th meeting to what was in the agenda report, but I don't recall that the title had changed, but this is something that we could certainly revise if the council desired.
That's certainly my view, is that it should make clear that, you know, as fulsome as the powers of the commission are, that the buck really stops and accountability really, in a sense, starts with the city council. So, you know, I'd certainly like to see that.
It does say, if I could just add briefly, please. On page 4 of the ordinance 2.60.110, purpose and functions, it doesn't say advisory. However, it does say their function is to review and make recommendations, et cetera, to the city council, among others.
Yeah, and I would say that's more of a purpose than it is a function.
Well, this is purpose and functions. It does say purpose and functions.
No, it says that that's a function, and there's only one purpose, which is to, and this is part where I thought it was just sort of vague and touchy-feely, you know, to enhance community police relations. So for me, I would think it's a better expression of the purpose in a way that can be measured later, because I think we all want to measure how we're doing, from time to time, that there are recommendations to the council as well as the other officials there. And then, I think part of the place where we get into trouble here on, for example, this 2.60.040 is, we talk about confidentiality and we talk about practicing attorneys, but I think there should be training on those items too. I mean, the attorney-client privilege, and there is talk elsewhere in the ordinance about receiving advice from the city attorney's office. That's a concept that probably most lay people don't feel, very fluent on. So, you might just think about that, whether that has to be in the ordinance or not, I don't know. Maybe we say something like such other training as the council from time to time deems appropriate. And I know I have brought up CPAC as being, if not mandatory, something that would really be a huge benefit. And was there any thought given to including that?
Did you say CPAC?
Citizens Police
Advisory Commission, a committee?
No, the city, the Citizens Police Academy.
Oh.
Is the act? Yeah, that it would be a good thing, I would think, for the people that serve on the commission to have gone through that Citizens Police Academy.
Right, and certainly this isn't limiting. It does set a floor in terms of training that would be provided and required.
Okay. Then in terms of the appointments, and I'm kind of going back one step to 0.30, but also the next one, absences and vacancies. To me, this is not clear enough. For example, when it says there'll be 11 members, including one appointed from each 7 council districts. I thought we agreed that each council member would have one appointment. And if that's what that's intended to state, it's not clear enough.
Councilmember Madison, my understanding from the council's discussion was that the council was not interested in individual nominations followed by an appointment by the council as a body, but rather to have representation from each district, but with the council as a body appointing it. But again, this is something that if the council desired, we could do what you're looking for.
Well, I think the idea was what we do in these circumstances with the other advisory commissions is each council member has an appointment, but the way that that's implemented or effectuated is the council member nominates the person. I think there were some on the agenda tonight on the consent calendar, and then the entire council appoints.
Yes,
so
the way our code is written, generally, it's council members can nominate and the city council appoints.
And so my understanding from the August 24th meeting was that that approach was going to change from what I understood the council was looking to do for purposes of this commission.
Mr. Madison's recollection, in my view, is the correct.
Yeah, my understanding clearly was that we would nominate from our districts, and then the council would. And I agree, the mayor described earlier that, there's a challenge. It's almost like a team, right? And you need to have the right combination of members of that team too. So there will be some analysis about that, I think. But I want to make clear that those of us that are accountable to the voters have a nomination, which in the presumption of regularity would be approved by the council, provided that person met the criteria that we decide upon. And then coming back to it on absences and vacancies, 3 unexcused absences in a year sounds like a lot, but if someone has a health issue or some other problem, and this talks about the council being able to remove the person, and just as a kind of constitutional scholar, I'm nervous about that. I would say that the appointing authority or the nominating authority, maybe in this case, could do that. But our commissioners serve at the will of the council member who nominated them anyway. There was actually a legal opinion by the city attorney's office in connection with my predecessor on city council, who desired to, if I'm recalling this correctly, desired to appoint, when she was elected, a new commissioner, and there was some reluctance by the prior appointment to step aside. And I believe our city attorney opined that in fact, the nominating council member can bring that forward and with the council's consent, replace the person. So anyway, I just think it should say that. And
The
then
council actually has the authority, not the council member, to remove and to appoint.
Okay, well, again, in that case, I'm a little nervous saying, aha, got you 3 meetings missed. I don't like that particular member, so I'm going to take away one of my colleagues' appointments by bringing to the council floor. I just don't think it's necessary. I think it's superfluous.
And it
But I
is
do appreciate
consistent with the language that we have for other advisory bodies. And it says unexcused. So if someone is sick, that is generally, that's something that's considered excused. But this is language that's consistent with the other advisory bodies that we have for the city.
Boy, that's observed more in the breach than, honored more in the breach than in the observance. I can't remember a time when the council moved to replace somebody. So I may be influenced by that. But the final thing was just on the subpoenas. What's the legal authority of the commission to issue subpoenas?
So Councilmember Madison, the commission would have the authority to basically issue what's called an administrative subpoena, similar to what the auditor could do, as long as it's essentially narrowly tailored and within the scope of their jurisdiction. And there's actually an appellate case from about a year ago where San Francisco is seeking records from Uber, and Uber sought the subpoena, and the Court of Appeal went through a fairly lengthy discussion saying, San Francisco has certain issues with how Uber does business, but cities are given fairly wide latitude on subpoenas as long as it's a narrowly tailored subject to whatever the body is looking into.
So I get that, but what I meant, I guess, is who has that authority right now before we delegate it through this ordinance to this new commission?
The council, well, the city as a charter city has that authority, and the council could delegate that authority to the commission or auditor if it so chose. It doesn't have to, so they don't have that authority. They wouldn't have that authority on their own. The council would have to expressly give that authority.
And we do reference that in an attachment to your, to the item. Attachment.
So does anyone other than the council have that authority?
Presently?
Yes, sir.
The Code Enforcement Commission.
And that's a delegated.
Yes, it's in the municipal code. It's in the code. And so.
Okay.
Yes.
So, when I read this, a couple of times, it occurred to me that, there's almost a suggestion that this is what they're supposed to be doing. They're supposed to be out issuing subpoenas. And in all my time on the council, I don't think we've ever had to issue a subpoena to get what we believed was a complete answer to any question. And I'm a little nervous about just this, both the language and the intent. Should there be, for example, the right of the council to review a subpoena? We review conditional use permits and, variances for 5-foot fences and things. Will the council have the ability to review if there's a particularly intrusive subpoena that may not be well taken, or that the council believes the information is available another way? I can just see the potential for a lot of battles here that we're creating, because we're sort of saying, yep, and your job is to go out and issue a bunch of subpoenas.
Well, we did get that direction from the council. That was something that we understood, not that the direction would be to go out and issue subpoenas, but that they would actually have that authority should it need to be exercised. because there was also discussion saying it perhaps was not necessary or required in many instances. But notwithstanding that, the council in its direction asked that we return with something that included the subpoena authority. And I think in the Code Enforcement Commission, I don't think they've issued one either in at least 20 years or more.
Well, this may be more controversial or more subject to controversy. I mean, and does the city attorney have to agree that the subpoena is well taken for it to be issued? I mean, who's the issuing officer from the city?
So Councilmember Madison, the issuing officer would either be the auditor themselves or the commission themselves. So at least as it's drafted, it does not include that process, but we could include that process if the council desired. So no.
I guess we don't have a lot
No,
of
the city
experience.
attorney doesn't rule on whether a subpoena should be issued or not. Someone could certainly object to the issuance of it, the subpoenaed party, and we would go through the process to take it to the city council as proposed.
So can you explain that? Because I guess I'm not familiar with that process.
So Councilmember Madison, I think the way the ordinance is worked up is basically the commissioner auditor would issue a subpoena, and so and it could be either within the city or to someone outside the city, because they would have administrative subpoena power under the ordinance. And if someone believed the subpoena wasn't valid or was overbroad, then what the ordinance provides for right now is that within 5 days after getting the subpoena, they can file a motion to quash, and then that would be heard by the commission. And so then if one of the changes we're going to be proposing is to make clear that if the commission were to deny the motion to quash and say we still need the records, and if they were to say get shined on by the person who was subpoenaed, then the commission could refer the matter to the city council to be addressed.
So the commission wouldn't have standing independently to seek judicial intervention?
Not as drafted. We could draw that up. I think one of the thoughts though for the council is to seek judicial intervention does present a cost by itself, and to go to the council perhaps presents a little less cost to get the dispute resolved. But we could certainly draw it up where the commission would have independent authority to bring suit. As I sit here, I'm not aware of too many, if any, instances where a body other than the city council would have the right to initiate a civil action like this, though, because normally we would go to the city council to initiate litigation.
Yeah, I mean, I would appreciate if you could give that all some more thought, because, and again, we're trying to, think about possible problems here. I could imagine a situation where the commission wants information that even the city attorney doesn't believe is permitted, that it moves into the area, for example, of personnel records or something like that. And you're not describing for me very well that there's an out or a system that would allow for the disposition of a claim like that.
I guess the one observation I would make is that separate from the subpoena authority, there's language in the draft ordinance that says the auditor has unimpeded access to personnel records. And my thinking would be that if the auditor had impeded access were impeded to the auditor, the commission or the city council would likely in short order hear of that issue, and perhaps the city council might seek to take up that matter to try to mediate the dispute.
Well, I'm less concerned about the auditor because the auditor reports to the city attorney. So my hypothetical where the city attorney and the auditor disagree, that shouldn't happen.
Right.
Or at least it shouldn't happen where a subpoena is then issued contrary to the direction of the supervisor. But the commission, that's the concern I have. Again, born out of perhaps a lack of experience or expertise, or a lack of appreciation of the legal rules. I could, we talk all the time about should our police officers live in Pasadena? What if the commission says we want the home address for every member of our police department, every sworn peace officer, including undercovers and material witnesses in criminal cases, in organized crime cases and the like? How does that get resolved?
Our
So I'd
office,
ask you to think some more about whether, maybe we shouldn't have language here that gives the city council the right to review the issuance of a subpoena or for an appeal to be taken to the city council. Sounds like, Javon, you believe that this language about the motion to quash somehow is adequate, but if the commission issued the subpoena in the first place, I'm not sure it much availing to go back to them. And like I said, if you want to build a 5-foot fence in Pasadena, there's a right of appeal to the city council. I'm just wondering whether it would be more potential benefit than harm to have a provision that says the council can review if there's an objection or a disagreement between city attorney and the commission on issues like that. That's all I had, Mayor. Thank you.
okay.
That's all you had? Ms. McAustin?
Thank you. I wanted to go back to the issue that Mr. Madison brought up that I agree with. I think that there should be a stronger state purpose for the Citizens Oversight Commission, whatever it's called, we're going to call it. That, its purpose is to, that in terms of, that it should be primarily reported to the city council. It should be the public and a public committee with oversight responsibilities, but the purpose is for the city council to receive this information about the independent oversight and what's going on, through the Citizens Oversight Committee. What are they telling us as a council? What's going on? What do they think should be happening? And I also agree that I think we have so many details yet to figure out. I feel like the ordinance should be actually smaller and more broad, and many of the details should be spelled out in some other document, the operating agreements of how the commission's going to work. Because I do think we're kind of starting to put a little bit too much detail in here for something we don't even know how it's going to work, or we haven't even decided how we're going to get people on. So I would like to see a stronger statement of purpose and to whom the auditor and the commission report. In terms of the mayor's questions about nonprofits versus community-based organizations, I agree we want to see community-based organizations, but we have to make sure that those include the faith community, because some of the churches, I think, will want to be participating, potentially send someone as a member, because there are, social justice committees on some of the churches that may want to be involved. So we want to make sure that we allow for that. In terms of whether police officers should be members, I think we've, in what I've heard on the discussion so far tonight, I think we've kind of moved away from the transparency aspect a little too much. My view is that, everyone who applies will be applying through a public process that the members of the public can say, watch their 5-minute interview if they want through a council member's website. And so we will know who's applying. The public will know. We have to keep this transparent so the public can see who are the people under consideration to be on this committee. We can't just have a council member accept applications and then make an appointment. I don't think that's correct. There has to be a transparency to it, without a doubt. And in that process, it would become clear if someone were a current or former police officer. My personal view is I lean more in favor of, you know, the average citizen who is not a police officer, because that's what I think the purpose of the committee is. For the regular folks of Pasadena, you know, what's their thinking? What's our thinking as a community about our standards? And, you know, what are they? We're setting them for ourselves. And that's what this commission will do. So I would personally not want to appoint a police officer or former police officer, but, you know, I suppose if it is open to membership of anyone, it should be open to membership, you know, of those of former or current police officers as well. But I think it kind of defeats the purpose of the Citizens Oversight Committee in terms of non-professionals. I do think it's important, you know, we have a professional independent auditor. This is a Citizens Oversight Commission, and I really want to keep the focus on citizens. So those are some of my thoughts about it, but I think we have a lot of things to flesh out in terms of that process and it being transparent and getting people on, and, you know, whether they go to the Citizens Police Academy or the training goes beyond the Citizens Police Academy and therefore includes it. I think these are some of the details that need to be out of the ordinance and into some sort of, I don't know what it would be called, you know, rules and regulations, or how we're going to make this thing work, because I think we're unnecessarily limiting ourselves by putting too much detail in the ordinance. We want to establish the commission. That's the purpose. We want to establish it, and then we're going to fill it out with this other information that I think is going to take more work by the City Council and the Public Safety Committee. John, did you want to add? I think
it's incumbent, like you have already stated, that we keep the ball rolling down the road and that the council takes action to create an ordinance that we all can live with, that moves us in the right direction. And in terms of the additional sinews and muscle and all of that that's put on the bone, we can do that by resolution and regulations that would be subsequent.
Right.
And I think it is important, even though we all invariably have various differences, to stay as unified as we can going forward in terms of what this represents for the community. I think you also provided a little wiggle room, recognizing that even if you're former law enforcement, you still are part of a community. In this instance, we're talking about Pasadena. So I understand fully why someone would not want someone whose immediate background or current job happens to be law enforcement. Having said that, we have an example in John Perez, Chief John Perez, in the community where he actually lives. He's actually on a body that's not our body, but a similar body in a very responsible role. For me,
yeah. I mean, I understand that. I said I wouldn't want to preclude, you know, people from being able to apply, but I personally, I got it. So, but I think you and I are in agreement that this should be more of, you know, the skeleton, and let's put the meat on the bones later, because it's going to take a lot of figuring out. I just absolutely don't want to lose the transparency component by having a non-public appointment process.
Oh, it has to be a public appointment process. We owe that to the community. We owe that to the community.
Thank you. Mr. Gordo, I think, was waiting.
No, I had my hand up.
Okay, go ahead, John. Then Mr. Gordo.
Unless you recognize Mr. Gordo first, I'll wait till after.
That's all right. Go ahead, John.
Okay, my point is very narrow, and it's to all of my colleagues, not about the minutia. I would invite us to think about it in terms that Councilmember McAustin has already articulated, and that is that we put a framework actually as an ordinance as opposed to a process in place, and that we have the ability, whether it's providing a stipend or some of the other discussion that has taken place tonight, that we do it by resolution. We have done that before. There's precedence in doing so. It doesn't in any way diminish the work that we've already done, which was very difficult work. I have a member as an example of the Disability and Access Commission, the chair, James Farr, requesting that we as a council not forget that group. And I've committed to him that we will not forget that group, that they will be part of the pool, if you will, for consideration on serving. So my comments are not in any way inconsistent with what I've heard from all of my colleagues tonight, but I would only encourage us to continue moving us forward by adopting an ordinance tonight and then filling it out, as Councilmember Margaret McAustin has said, and subsequent meetings. And I think, as I said earlier, you have 4 strong members of the Public Safety Committee, and we're going to be making recommendations to the whole City Council to do just that, if we are afforded that opportunity by the full body. Thank you.
If I might just clarify, Mr. Kennedy said adopt the ordinance tonight. It would, at best, it would be introduced. And then it would be adopted at a separate meeting. And I would note, as part of the last few moments of conversation, the ordinance that's proposed to a large extent kind of tracks the skeleton that the city has for all of its advisory bodies. So some of this is just kind of standard language. Of course, this is unusual. It's a new area that we're going into, so it does cover additional information and requirements. But I do think the most success would be if we keep it as short as possible and in line as much as possible with the other advisory bodies. And then, as many of you have mentioned, fill it out with resolution or rules and procedures or regulations in the future.
Thank you. Mr. Gordo.
Yeah, I just wanted to get back to the issue of the subpoena. I mean, I agree that there's a lot of work to be done here, and in terms of filling in a lot of the information, the procedural rules, for example, for issuing subpoenas is an important one. And then, as Mr. Madison has raised, the standard by which a subpoena will or will not be issued, and who the arbiter is. I think those are extremely important rules to have in place prior to, obviously, to having a commission in place. And I think we should look, because this is more along the lines of administrative law than it is anything else, Michelle, and we should look at some of the other bodies right here in the county of Los Angeles, the City of Los Angeles Civil Service Commission, the Employee Relations Board, for the city and for the county of Los Angeles. Both have commissions, both have practice in the administrative area, both issue subpoenas upon request of a party. And then those subpoenas, in my recollection, are appealable to City Council. And ultimately, the commission does have standing to go to court to defend a motion to quash or to defend one of its own decisions. And so we should look closely at the administrative law aspect of a commission like this that we're delegating this type of authority to. But ultimately, we should develop the rules. Through the Public Safety Committee and then ultimately the City Council on standards for the issuance of a subpoena, because it is, and a question mean, it is an important responsibility that we're delegating. Question, the subpoena include, it's a subpoena for production and appearance and testimony, as well as production of records through a ducis tecum, correct?
Councilmember Gordo, let me just go through because it's right now the way we've got it drafted up with subpoena authority for documents and testimony in for non-city employees. It can be both attendance and testimony, but for employees, it could be for production records for anything other than personnel records. But this is something that we can actually sort of break out, and when we could come back with something that actually we can sort of break this out to sort of slim the ordinance down, if that might be easier.
What may work is if we have a couple of sentences under the subpoena section that says subpoenas may be issued by the commission and or the independent auditor, and the rules and procedures with respect to such subpoenas will be established by procedures adopted by the city council.
Yeah, because let's keep in mind here that under the civil code, if we delegate this authority and don't make clear the rules, then under the civil code, this falls into a default, if you will, under administrative law, and that's what we're essentially establishing here is an administrative body with subpoena powers. And there's a whole body of administrative law, as Michelle, you know, and so we have to take our best shot at ensuring that we have clear rules that would be applied in the administrative law arena, and then where we don't, be clear what the forum would be for appeals to be heard. Otherwise, we may find ourselves, or the commission may find itself a little bit lost in the world of administrative law and procedure unwittingly. And so I do think we should look carefully at all of these areas.
Yes, and my most recent suggestion, we would be able to do that. I think the plan was always to return with the resolution regarding whatever needed to be finalized. And I would note that Mr. Ratt looked at a number of different jurisdictions across the country, largely in California, but across the country with respect to drafting the ordinance and putting together proposed language that's, different from what we have in some of our standard advisory body language. So I think that might be the solution, is to have a short reference to subpoenas here and take out the specifics and include those in rules and regulations that would be adopted by the council.
Right, and that's typical for the creation of an administrative body with subpoena power. Again, I'd encourage you to look at the models in LA County and LA City with its commissions, civil service and employee relations commissions, because they both enjoy subpoena power. And my recollection is that one or the other is appealable to the city council if there's a motion to quash. And then if the motion to quash is denied in the first instance, it's to the actual commission. Second instance, to the city council or board. And then there is standing to bring the motion to quash after exhausting those administrative steps. Then you can go on to court to bring a motion to quash to Superior Court.
Mr. Wilson was waiting.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a general observation, I do think fundamentally how we select people and the composition and defining not-for-profits and community-based organizations seems so much more foundational than, how we notify people if they've not been attending enough. So I feel like there's a disconnect between some of the granularity and some of the bigger issues. Not being an administrative lawyer, a lot of the subpoena questions that I appreciate Victor and Steve asking I think are relevant, but I don't feel like personally that I have the expertise to weigh in on there. I do agree with the general direction of simplifying this and then codifying the operations separately as much as possible. I mean, getting to the substance of, who's there. I do like the idea that the vice mayor brought up of kind of having a vetting group. I do think there's expertise required, and I think we have some inconsistency in our existing commissions. And this is a place where we just don't have the luxury of having inconsistencies. The matters are just, I think, too significant. So I really want to be thoughtful about how we do that. And I think I'd want to see, some models when we get to that point. And I think Victor mentioned there's some organizations and some that maybe already have some of those mechanisms. I think the straight appointment model that we use today creates too much inconsistency in skill set, honestly. So I'm looking forward to that. I do think the idea of including people who have been in law enforcement is appropriate. Once again, they'd be subject to the same vetting, but some of the most ardent activists around this issue have been from the law enforcement areas. So it doesn't mean that there's a blanket statement one way or another. So keeping that aperture open, I think, is appropriate, assuming they meet the other criteria. And ultimately, I think Councilmember Kennedy, it's about integrity and representing kind of best faith what is fair and equitable. And I don't know how you test for that, but I do think we need to be mindful of how we go through that selection process and having a vetting board. I hate to add too much process, but I think that would make probably our jobs a little bit easier. Because I think there's 8 people on this call, and they probably would vet everyone differently. So having a standard that everyone has to hurdle, they got to be considered would be appropriate. I do struggle a little bit with the community-based groups in the sense that we could also appoint someone from the NAACP, John. I mean, it doesn't preclude us if they're getting representatives. So I think having a group, maybe Mary, what you were suggesting, they kind of nominate some people and they can look at who's already in the mix and having some flexibility, but also determining kind of who's in that universe and having, once again, a good consortium of folks leading will be really important. And those are issues that I'm more, I guess I understand better than some of the nuanced ones of administrative law and how subpoenas work. So those are my thoughts at this point, and I'm eager to figure out how to move this along.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, did you have some more comments?
Yeah, I just had a couple comments. It sounds like, we had this discussion, I guess was at the 28th, and it sounds like, it's making a turn or things are being stripped out of this ordinance. To be honest with you, I think that things have to be voted on the way they are with the subpoena power tonight. Otherwise, this is just going to be weak, and everybody's going to say, "Oh, we voted on this, and it's going to be fine," and the rest of the council will figure it out later down the road. No, we don't have later down the road. We have today, and that's the purpose of having this right now, having this discussion. Now, as far as I'm concerned, I've asked for unimpeded subpoena power. I don't think that anyone in this position, when it comes to oversight, should have to come to the council and say, "Hey, city council, is it okay if I get a subpoena because for me to complete my investigation, I need to have that information." And if we as individuals have a relationship with that person they're asking a subpoena for, and we say, "Oh, no, don't do that because that's my friend," this is not oversight. This is just what we got now. I mean, so we're either going to give them independence or we're not going to give them independence. And so I just want to make sure that, this power is the way it is. So, I mean, actually unimpeded at any time the IPA decides that they need that to complete their investigation, they should have that. As far as police officers serving on the commission, I think it's interesting here in the body, it mentions about reassuring trust back in the, I would say that, if there are if it's heavily weighed with police officers on the commission, there will be no trust. And it's just going to be police officers investigating police officers, and we have the same exact thing that we have now. So I don't want to weaken anything tonight, and I don't think anything should be weakened. I think it should be an ordinance. It should be bold, and it should say, you know, we stand with our community. And that's my opinion for right now. But I mean, you asked the question. It's funny, everybody went around on all the points, but the question the mayor asked originally was, what does everybody think about officers serving on the commission? So I hopefully you understood my stance on officers of law enforcement serving on the commission. I don't think it would be appropriate.
Okay. Well, I think my feeling is we have two choices here. The threshold decision is whether we want to make another run at this at a later date. We're sort of moving in two different directions at once. The suggestion is that we kind of strip things out and handle them by resolution with more specificity rather than trying to build it all into the ordinance. And at the same time, there's a desire to be quite specific on some issues. I think with regard to the ordinance as it's currently drafted, what I hear or what I see is that there is consensus that the nonprofit reference should be broadened to community-based organizations, and that with regard to the purpose and functions, I think that the way I would satisfy Councilmember Madison's and Councilmember McAustin's fundamental point is that is by simply taking B1 and adding it into A. That says that the purpose of the commission is to enhance, develop, and strengthen the community, community police relations, and to review and make recommendations that are listed in item 1. And I think that achieves the broadening of the purpose and makes a distinction between purpose and function that Councilmember Madison was advocating. The part that I don't know how to react to, frankly, is all the discussion with regard to subpoenas. Some of the, as Andy says, some of the finer points that are raised by our lawyer members of the council are beyond my specific understanding. I like the suggestion that Attorney Bonneries made in terms of defining those issues with more specificity outside of this document. But I agree with Vice Mayor Hampton. One of the threshold issues here, when we took this up with the public, one of the real litmus tests that the public was applying was whether or not there would be subpoena power. And there was early discussion about how it might be redundant, it might not be necessary, what were the circumstances when it would be required. They seem to be few and far between. But from the public's point of view, given the fact that we didn't have the ability within the confines of the city charter to vest the kinds of authority, independent authority in the IPA or the commission that some people were clamoring for, the next best thing seemed to be at least to offer them the subpoena power if and when they had to use it. And so to take that out, it would really eviscerate, I think, a lot of what people thought was important about this whole enterprise. I don't pretend to understand the sort of intricacies of the administrative regulations as it relates to subpoenas, but I do think that there has to be, I think we can move this tonight with the suggestions that I've referenced and the small clerical corrections that Javon had already identified. But I think with regard to subpoenas, we need to make it, there needs to be included in this at least a reference that there intends to be subpoena authority vested in the commission and in the IPA that the details of which may be developed later, but there needs to be a reference to the fact that we're serious about giving them subpoena power.
Yes, and
That's
so,
a-
oh, I'm sorry.
Well, on that basis, I think we could move ahead, but I agree with the vice mayor that there shouldn't be the inference that somehow this whole subpoena concept is going to be waived. John?
So, it's 6:08 PM. I think we've had considerable public comment. We've gone around the horseshoe, if you will, several times. I think we're at a point where we can at least put on the floor for a vote what the mayor has said and what has encapsulated the conversation. And I would like to move that, including or inclusive of leaving subpoena power to the IPA and the commission in there, but the development of the particulars and the definition, et cetera, be provided by resolution that the council must adopt. So we take the staff's recommendation, the clarity that the mayor has provided, and the vice mayor as it relates to the subpoena issue, leaving that in there, but also stating that we're going to give greater definition and parameters on the issuance of such and the appealable aspects of it to the council, if that's what I'm hearing folks say correctly, at a later date, but no dilution of any kind related to the ability of the commission and the IPA to issue a subpoena. So I think that's consistent with what everyone has said. That my motion would also include the cleanup that Javon has already referenced. And it also, by virtue of the discussion, includes, as I've already stated repeatedly, the ability of the council to receive the recommendations related to providing resolution to resolve outstanding issues. Some of those issues would come to the Public Safety Committee for further vetting before it would come to the City Council. That is not to suggest that the Public Safety Committee in any way would be a final arbiter. Final arbiter on all these matters has to rest with the City Council. So that's my motion.
John, if I can,
Go
one
ahead.
other thing that I think needs to be clarified is that the points that Mr. Masuda made and others, and Mr. Madison, the intent here clearly by the council was that the appointment process, the members of the committee would be, the 8 of the members of the committee would be conventional appointees by each of the city council members from their district and the mayor. It doesn't define the process. I mean, I think there was a misunderstanding. There may be a suggestion about how to manage that process that might diverge a little bit from the typical process, but it needs to be clear that each council member is going to select be responsible for selecting an appointee from his or her district.
Nominating?
Nominating, I beg your pardon. This sort of standard, the same way we do the Planning Commission or the Commission on the Status of Women. Each council member picks, nominates a representative from that district, and then it's confirmed by the City Council. The confusion, I think, came from the suggestion that there may be, and which will be part of the resolution that comes later, is that there might be a way to open up that process to allow for some more public version of that, so that council members might do the vetting of their applicants publicly, but ultimately it's people from their district that they would nominate and the council would approve. The recommendation that we were talking about was that not the same as the community-based representatives, but rather that in doing their vetting, instead of doing it privately the way we do it now, that they would be urged to do it publicly. So as Councilmember McAustin suggested, so that people could see who the applicants were and could actually observe the interview by the council member of that applicant and be more familiar with the council member's choice before it came to the council for final approval. So that's important to understand. That the basis of that and the basis of Councilmember Masuda's support was to have that be the format that would be adhered to in the nomination of the council members' representative, council district representative.
Implied in my comments was not to take in any way the right of the council member to do just that, make the nomination to the council. Also implied in my comments is the fact that the form that each person who would like to serve in this capacity has to provide greater detail because of the gravity of the work that they'll be undertaking on behalf of the city, on behalf of the council. So that's implied in my motion, if you will.
But John, all I'm suggesting is that's exactly what would be defined in the policy for the appointment of the members that's defined in item 5 in the ordinance.
Got it.
So the motion from, I'll come to you, Mr. Gordon, in a second. The motion by Mr. Kennedy then is to just recap it, is to define the appointment process as being more traditional as it relates to all the other commissions that we have in terms of council member appointees, with the details to be defined later by resolution. The language nonprofit community would be community-based organizations. The purpose and function section would be modified by subsuming B1 under A, under the purpose, and the subpoena power would be reaffirmed, but the details and administrative procedures governing the subpoenas would be defined later by resolution by the council. And there would be no suggestion that, per other active discussion, that there would be an exclusion of former police officers or law enforcement personnel as potential nominees who would serve on the commission.
That is correct, because the council as a body, if they saw bias by going through the application, they could make a determination not whether the person's police officer or former police officer or former law enforcement. They can make a determination that this person doesn't fit the bill for this very difficult assignment, if you will. And I think that's is a fairer way to deal with it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kennedy. So just before I go to Mr. Gordo, Michelle, did you have a comment on all this and suggestion or clarification?
Yes, I actually, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to try to make sure we were clear on what was being proposed. In addition to the comments that Javon will read, which were what he referenced in his PowerPoint presentation for those changes, it would be changing section 2.60.030. And my understanding is you're saying one member shall be nominated by each member of the city council. I'm not clear on whether previously council wanted each member to reside in their respective districts, council districts. Is that still something you want or not necessarily?
Not part of my recommendation or motion.
Right, that's what was proposed in the previous, like in a prior council meeting. So we can take that out because that's what.
That's not typical in most of our commissions.
Correct.
That they've, okay.
Correct.
I'd like to suggest that if the model is the same as the sort of, is what you described earlier as the sort of traditional commission appointment format.
Understood. So that clause would be removed in what was presented in the council's packet. And then under item 3, under that section, it would remove nonprofit, and it would say 3 members shall be appointed representing community-based organizations.
Right.
And then on section 2.60.110, purpose and functions, A would say what it currently says and would be amended. So it would say the purpose of the commission is to enhance, develop, and strengthen community police relations, and review and make recommendations regarding the ongoing operations of the police department to the chief of police, city manager, and/or city council. And then a new B would read, the police commission's function is to, and it would start with 2, which would be a new number 1. And it would list those items. And then with respect to subpoenas.
Point of clarification on that one. Was there any discussion and consensus, mayor and colleagues, related to that particular issue to include recommendations to the chief related to discipline?
No.
No.
Okay, thank you.
No, that trips the wire, John. That.
No problem, no problem.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then with respect to subpoenas, which is 2.60.120, it would just read, subpoenas issued by the commission and/or the independent police auditor shall be subject to rules and procedures established by the city council by resolution, period. All of the rest of that would be removed.
Right. So that is the motion. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
So
now,
as
Mr. Gordo, you've been very patient. I appreciate it. I was just trying to get it all packaged up.
That's fine. You know, I just want to make clear, you know, I don't think I heard anyone saying, take subpoena out.
No.
And I certainly wasn't saying that. I know Mr. Madison wouldn't say that, but it is important because we're creating an administrative body of limited jurisdiction here. And I think it's important for the community to understand through our resolution or through, you know, the operating procedure for the commission, what that limited jurisdiction is and frankly, what it isn't. And that's why it's important to ferret all of this information out. So that the community understands the limited jurisdiction of the commission and even of the auditor. And that's, you know, that's not a limit that we impose. It's those are limits that are imposed by law and the Constitution. And the other reason it's important to have, you know, 2 other reasons it's important to have clarity is the training of the commission. You know, how can we train the commission on what their limits are if we don't have absolute clarity in administrative procedure? And so it's important to have clarity and ferret that information out for that reason, the procedure by which they can, and the procedure is in the ordinance, but there has to be a standard that they can then say, yes, we're going to issue, we've met the standard, and we can issue a subpoena. And then the third reason and final reason is, you know, we're conferring upon this commission a great deal of responsibility to be judicious, to be fair, to be transparent. But it's also in you know, a very responsible thing to do to issue a subpoena. And along with that comes, besides responsibility, comes liability for the city if there's no clarity or if there's limited clarity on what the standard is for the issuance of subpoena. Our own commission could be challenged. The city could be challenged. And the goal of transparency then ultimately trips. And then the city holds the liability for the acts of the commission and or the independent auditor if there isn't an absolute clear standard and guidelines for how subpoenas are to be handled. So I didn't hear anyone say, let's take it out. I agree with Vice Mayor Hampton. We can't do that. We committed to the community that we would come down this road and we would have the subpoena authority, but we just have to be careful with it and ensure that we're doing it right, and that the commission itself and the public understand where the limits are and where subpoenas are correct and appropriate to be issued.
Thank you, Mr. Gordo.
Mr. Gordo, as you already recognized, is really where this independent auditor sits. We'll have the benefit, we hope, we expect, of the city attorney providing leadership as well.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy.
And Mayor, if I could have Mr. Rad read the other changes into the record, because he didn't specifically read the language
Yep.
in order for you to have the first
Yep.
reading.
Well, most of the changes were in the subpoena section, which has now essentially been deleted.
There were others, though, that need to be, for us to be technically correct. For instance, the word current.
Go ahead. Go
Okay,
ahead.
so Javon.
So Mayor, to start with on section 2.60.040, this is qualifications, orientation, and training. In subdivision C, where it mentions practicing attorneys, members of firms or entities that handle, rather than to say that handle, add the word currently in between that handle to now say that currently handle. So
Right.
one word there.
Did you say
You said the subpoena section has been deleted?
No, Mr. Vice
No.
Mayor, what
No.
Michelle's point was that with the subpoena section being slimmed down significantly, the changes that I'll be suggesting into the record would be a lot less.
The subpoena language is there as I read it, which is the language that says that the subpoenas issued by the commission and or independent police auditor shall be subject to rules and procedures established by the city council by resolution. The remaining language, which had potential changes, will no longer be there right now in this ordinance.
with the existing language, I think we're confusing the issue here. I'm okay with the change, Michelle, but the existing procedural language is very common in municipal codes, and that's likely where we got it, either from our own municipal code or from another one. So that doesn't concern me. I think the issue that we're ferreting out is the standard procedure. The rest that's in here, I'm okay with, but I'm also okay with change.
Well, what's the recommendation, Michelle, in terms of the subpoena, the kinds of issues that Councilmember Madison was raising and Councilmember Gordo? Apart from, perhaps I overreached. I mean, are you saying, Victor, that the section as it exists in 2.60120 is okay as long as we add the piece that says there have to be additional information provided and per regulations adopted by the council?
So most administrative bodies will have general language like this, but then it's in the rules, and every commission is bound to adhere to its own rules and standards. And this language doesn't trouble me as much as I want to have clarity on, so that the commission and the public have clarity on when a subpoena can and cannot be issued. That includes considering pitches, it includes pitches material, it includes, all of the things.
Oh, okay, I misunderstood. Thank you, that's helpful. So
As the maker of the motion.
That was always going to be in a future writing, to clarify. Now, Mr. Madison's other point about city council review of subpoena requests isn't here. It can be in a resolution. I don't know if he wanted that addressed here or not. But we were getting around the concerns by leaving everything to the rules and procedures. So it's the council's decision on how much you want to include here. I would note that a lot of other jurisdictions don't have information that's more detailed than this in their actual establishing ordinances, and often they are less than this language.
So I would just simply ask my colleague, Mr. Gordo, Councilmember Gordo, if he is okay with as we've constituted this particular motion, or does he feel so strongly it must be in there?
Oh, no, again, the language as it is now, Michelle's absolutely correct. This is an enabling act. It's all it is. And, you know, the points raised by Mr. Madison, the points raised by others regarding procedure, regarding standard, regarding, you know, do we want an administrative appeal internally within the city, or is it just, you know, right on to Superior Court and then we pick up the litigation costs and potentially the liability? Those are questions that the city attorney needs to grapple with, advise the Public Safety Committee,
Okay.
and come back with a recommendation.
Okay.
All right, well then we should leave, then I misspoke. We should leave 120 alone, subject to whatever modifications Javon wants to read in, and just add the language about additional regulatory information being developed by resolution. Right?
Okay.
You could just leave it as, yeah.
Mr. Gordo had given us a way forward that was not inconsistent with what we've already provided.
Yeah.
What Gordo has acceded to, and I think Mr. Madison, that we want to revisit that and put the meat on the bones, the sinews on the bones, and the council will do just that.
But I think that will also satisfy Vice Mayor Hampton's concerns about not sort of wiping out the subpoena function that we had agreed to.
That's the only way he would second it, and I totally agree with what he said.
Okay. All right, Javon.
So now you're back with,
Right, Mayor, just going to the last couple changes are in with respect to, let's see, so 120 is taken care of. So this is on section 2.60.110. So this is purpose and functions for the commission. Subdivision B, as in boy, 8. That section subdivision talks about subpoena authority. We would suggest deleting the phrase near the end that just says, with the city clerk issuing such subpoenas under the seal of the city, comma, and the chief of police causing such subpoenas to be served. So it would conclude with, to the extent permitted by law, semicolon, and.
keep going.
And then the last change, Mayor, would be in the section for the auditor, which would be PMC section 2.30.020 A8I, and so that would also delete the language of with the city clerk issuing such subpoenas under the seal of the city and the chief of police causing such subpoenas to be served. And I believe Michelle has one more change to 2.60.030 regarding the nominations.
Right. What I would note though, Javon, you also need, so to clarify, the council does want 2.60.120 A1 through 6 currently, and B and C remaining, correct?
Yes.
And so we need to change that too, Javon. We were going to change that initially. So you can read that language.
So it will stay or it will go?
I'll read this. So Mr. Rad just mentioned the removal of the language with the city clerk issuing the subpoenas. And we would add under 2.60120A6, a new 6 would read, be served in the same manner as subpoenas issued to non-parties in civil litigation under the California Code of Civil Procedure to compel records and/or testimony. And a new item 7 would be revised to read, notify the served party that if the records are not produced or the testimony is not given, the subpoenaing party may apply to the city council for an appropriate order or other remedy. And then under B of that section, instead of the word less, it would read more. So within no more than 5 calendar days of being served with a subpoena issued in accordance with this article, the recipient of the subpoena may file a motion to quash the subpoena with the commission. And then there is a new C. If the records are not produced or the testimony is not given, the subpoenaing party may apply to the city council for an appropriate order or other remedy.
Yeah, I asked, Javon, why under what authority are we, well, why would we take out under the seal of the city clerk? Yeah. I mean, we can't confer subpoena powers under the civil code. I don't believe so. And in other administrative bodies, that's precisely how it's done. The commission prepares the subpoena. It's sent to the city clerk. The subpoena is prepared. The seal of the clerk and the city. That's what we can do, is confer, not create subpoena authority. I'm confused by why we would change that out. That is our authority.
So then, Councilmember Gordo, this is just to be able to give the auditor and the commission a clean and broad subpoena power without putting the formalities of going through the clerk and having the chief serve, the clerk issue the subpoena and the chief serve the subpoena. So it merely just says to track state procedural rules in that regard. So this is something that we could go with what exists, and that's actually what the Code Enforcement Commission's subpoena power provides for. This is just a broader way to give the auditor and commission subpoena power, so either way could be acceptable.
I just think legally we can't do it.
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Gordo there. I think there are legal reasons why, and I think we would want it issued under the seal of the city. You're deleting that. I mean, we want this to be an official document, and the commission's not going to have the administrative wherewithal to process the documents that are received. The clerk's office is going to have to be involved in that.
Yeah, I think we're going to leave it alone, Javon, the way it was originally.
And the action of the city clerk is a ministerial act. They just receive, and it's the commission. That's why the standard and the rules, internal rules for the important.
Yeah.
Right.
Because once you determine that, then it becomes a ministerial act on behalf of the city clerk to, as we would say in the law, up the seal of the city. And thereby, we've conferred the authority to the commission. I don't think we can create under the civil code a subpoena right. It has to be under the authority of the city.
So we should mimic the way the code enforcement subpoena power is modeled, right?
Okay, so we will keep that language in subsection 8.
Right.
It does provide that the city clerk issues the subpoena and the chief of police causes the subpoena to be served.
Ministerial acts, both.
Yes.
Okay.
And then we did have one more clarification.
Ministerial acts, meaning there's no discretion to be.
Yes.
It's done. The real discretion is on the part of the commission.
Right.
Or the auditor. Mm-hmm.
That's the point.
Right.
Yeah.
Back to under membership 2.60.030. I didn't go to item A2, which provides one member shall be a resident of the city appointed at large. And the other advisory bodies language does reference that is nominated by the mayor. And it's in
Be at large. Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
So I would
One
just
from each
be
council member, one from the mayor. That's right.
one, right,
But all
nominated.
members of, I'm sorry, all members of the commission are residents of the city of Pasadena, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
that should be
Did the
it.
nominee, they don't have to be from the respective council district. We removed that language, right?
No, that's right. Just
Correct.
the way it is now, you can appoint somebody, you as the council member from District 7 can appoint a resident of District 2 if you chose. Okay. That's it. So we have a motion and a second. We've been.
Out of respect for the motion, I think we need to make sure, just in due process and following Robert rules, that the seconder of the motion, I'm okay with it, but he needs to be okay with it.
You're right. Vice Mayor, are you okay with the modifications that you've heard?
I'm okay with the modification.
Thank you, sir. Clerk will call the roll.
So Mayor, so we'll take Councilmember Kennedy's motion as him introducing the ordinance, since this is an ordinance.
Yes, Councilmember Kennedy.
So it'll be under Councilmember Kennedy. All right, so this is an ordinance of the City of Pasadena, amending various provisions of the Pasadena Municipal Code, creating a Community Police Oversight Commission, and B, an independent police auditor. This was introduced by Councilmember Kennedy. Councilmember Gordo, as amended? Yes?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Didn't realize you were to vote. Yes.
Councilmember Kennedy?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Councilmember McAustin?
Yes,
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hampton?
Yes.
Mayor Tornick?
Yes,
The ordinance has been introduced.
thank you. Thank you all for your patience and your hard work and free legal advice from Councilmember Gordo and Matt. Very helpful. Okay, let's go to item 16.
Item
The second.
It's the second reading of the ordinance that was introduced by Councilmember Kennedy. This is an ordinance of the City of Pasadena authorizing the issuance by the city of not to exceed $50,425,000 in aggregate principal amount of City of Pasadena water revenue / refunding bonds 2020 A series payable out of the water fund, and approving the execution and delivery of a sixth supplement to water revenue bond indenture and a continuing disclosure agreement in connection therewith. Councilmember Gordo?
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Kennedy?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Councilmember McAustin?
yes,
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hampton?
Yes.
Mayor Tornick?
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted.
Thank you. That completes our agenda. We have a closed session.
We also have a public comment on one of the closed session mayors.
Oh, good. Let's have that. Yes, Mr. Kennedy.
I just want to ask a question for something for a future meeting, and that is the council going to be briefed on what our outreach is concerning the water measure on the ballot in November? Are we going to be briefed on what we are doing to encourage a positive result?
We're actually educating the public. And it's regarding the power fund. So we're not advocating, we are educating. And
Measure P?
All right, that's what I want to know, because I've received a number of questions from constituents who have valid questions and wanted greater clarity. So I wanted to make sure that we are doing what you said, educating.
Yeah, Measure P.
Yes,
You're referencing Measure P, which is the power transfer.
yes. That's
Yes.
what I think he's referring to.
Yeah, okay.
So I
Sorry, I
think the
thought-
city manager can address, there are public communications, educating the public, but the city manager.
We will
may be
make
best.
sure that we disseminate to the council the public information, and I believe later in the week, the district liaisons are meeting with the city manager's office, and we'll share that information. I'm available to brief council members individually as appropriate. And so we make sure that we disseminate the information. We have put information out in some of our publications, and that's what's generating some good questions on the part of our community. And so I'll make sure the council knows where to direct people for more information.
And I got something in my power bill today, so the information, that's probably what's generating the increase. So we can inform, but we can't advocate. Mr. Wilson?
Yes, Mayor. I understand that there was a presentation to the Planning Commission about the possibility of affordable housing on church properties. I don't know, I'm certainly interested in being briefed on that, and I don't know if maybe that's something EdTech could take up, in particular with our potential or likely appeal of our RENA numbers. I think having exploring strategies that allow affordable housing to be developed in areas that maybe would make sense across the city would be helpful to our case. And as far as I know, those discussions after the presentation to the Planning Commission, which I think was in the summer, about housing on church properties has not been advanced. So I don't know if it wants to come here or whether we could send it to EdTech, but I do think this is something that should be explored further. I don't know enough about it, but I know we are looking for strategies to address our housing need. And affordable land has always been a bottleneck. So I guess I wanted to throw this out to my colleagues to see where would be best to take up this conversation.
Okay, well, let's get a report from the planning department. We'll understand where that is.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so before we reset, oh, I'm sorry, we have a public comment on the
Yeah.
closed, on the closed session.
Yes, Mayor. The city council will convene in the council conference room, or actually on our Zoom meeting, to discuss closed session items A, B, and C. This is an opportunity now to where public comment is provided. We received a comment from Teresa Eilers on item A. Dear Pasadena Mayor and Council, I am writing in strong and enthusiastic support for the creation of both affordable and supportive housing at the Civic Center. We do not need luxury hotels when these hotel workers will not be able to afford to live anywhere in or near Pasadena. We must act swiftly and decisively to house those who are already facing homelessness and to prevent others from becoming homeless. The National Alliance to End Homelessness has a brief description on why affordable housing is the solution to our housing and homelessness crisis. And it's at endhomelessness.org. Homelessness in America, what causes homelessness / housing. There's slashes in there. We'll post Ms. Eiler's public comment if you want to access that article. Thanks for your consideration, Teresa, everyone in United Way of Greater LA. And that completes public comment.
All right, so we will recess to closed session, and we will adjourn our meeting in best wishes, prayers, and meditations for those suffering from COVID-19, and with a respectful and affectionate memory of Justice Ginsburg. Please rise. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor, we will
stand by.